Harbor Waterfront Lodging is nestled in a woodland setting on a picturesque ocean inlet. Green Harbor offers a family waterfront vacation. Enjoy our private boating beach with dock, rowboats, and paddle boats, oversized heated outdoor pool, and kiddie pool. Relax in our waterfront and beachside accommodations. 548-4747 or gogreenharbor.com.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
To order. Chairman Doug Jones is out this evening. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Or at least most.
Yeah.
We have a proclamation this evening about the Woods Hole Model Boat Show. Is there anyone here from, do you want to introduce it for a minute?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Gaines. I'm the recently retired director at the Woods Hole Historical Museum, which has been putting on this boat show for more than 20 years now. And you've always had this wonderful proclamation since the beginning of time. And along with its accompanying, is it okay to talk about that, the accompanying request?
Sure, go ahead.
Which would be to turn off the parking meters for Friday afternoon when all of our exhibitors show up to unload their beautiful models. And then they'll be coming back along with visitors on Saturday and Sunday, and then taking the models out on Sunday afternoon. So we'd request that the parking meters are shut off from Friday afternoon at 3 till Sunday afternoon at 4.
Okay, we'll take that up in order of the agenda, but I
Yes.
appreciate you giving us
Yeah.
the headline.
It's a grand show. It's more of a festival of model boats. We have boats racing in the pond, and we have exhibits in several, like 6 buildings through town, and it's so much fun. Just come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's going to read the proclamation? Ms. Braga?
Sure, that's fine. Whereas, in view of the Woods Hole Historical Museum's role in preserving and teaching the community about the history of the coastal village of Woods Hole and encouraging the education and participation of the public at large with exhibits, walking tours, talks, traditional craft workshops, and teaching traditional boat building skills. And whereas the museum is hosting the 11th Biennial Woods Hole Model Boat Show and encouraging hundreds of visitors and exhibitors to come to our town during the early spring season, now therefore we, Doug Jones, Susan L. Moran, Samuel H. Patterson, Megan English Braga, and Douglas C. Brown, as Selectmen of the Town of Falmouth, do hereby proclaim April 22nd and April 23rd, 2017 as Woods Hole Model Boat Show Weekend, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused a great seal of the Town of Falmouth to be affixed this day, Monday, March 27th, 2017.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And can we sign that?
Can you move that?
Sign that up,
Yeah,
and
we
someone
did.
with a motion.
I move that we make this proclamation.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Very good.
And could I just ask, is there a specific place folks should go to see the, know anything about where the different events are taking place?
The website would probably be the best, www.org,
Great, thank you.
or just walk through town.
That didn't get it. You might want to repeat
Yeah,
that.
woodsholemuseum.org or walk through town, but if people want to take a look at where the various exhibits are, they can do that. Great, thank you.
Exactly. Anyone with announcements?
No.
Okay, we'll take public comment. Anyone who has a comment for an issue that is not on the agenda, we allow up to 2 minutes. Seeing none, we'll move to the minutes of the meetings. Public session, starting with February 27.
I just had one correction, and I'll tell you in a second. I had raised a question about why it was 100% affordable, the Habitat for Humanity project.
What line on the,
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know the line,
Minutes?
but I can just tell you that was the subject matter.
That's the model that they work on.
I understand, and that was the answer I got. And I was, just that my point was that, private sector would have been maybe 50% affordable. It would have been less of a town subsidy. And the minutes reflected there was a $400,000 town expense, but it's really closer to $1 million. There's the initial purchase plus $57,000 per unit. So I just wanted to be on record that that's what the situation is.
okay, so in terms of minutes from the meeting, did the speaker misspeak?
I just wasn't quoted at all in the minutes.
Okay, so you want to have that included?
Yeah, and if you, the
Anything
minutes
else
are
you need on
misleading
that?
when you see that
Thank you.
there was mention of 400,000, but it's really closer to $1 million.
It's
Okay.
under 6. It's under paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6,
of those.
okay. Anything else?
No, that's it for me.
A couple of other
Stan?
yes, on page 3, if you come down to where it says business and then go up to the first bold line, it says Mr. Patterson's motion approval, and then he seconded. I don't think I can do that. So somebody want to take responsibility for
I was
either-
the second.
Okay, so I'll take the motion
Okay.
and change that to Ms. Moran. And then on page 4,
Yep.
if you come up from, it's under 2, but if it's easier to come up from number 3 at the bottom of the page to the third paragraph, the large paragraph.
Yep.
There's a repeated section in there. I think it's just a matter of Jennifer taking it out. But 2 years ago, I had a recovery of 2 years ago. Anyway,
Typo.
there's a typo that needs to be removed to make it actually look literary. One other thing on page 5. If you look at the report on ongoing maintenance of fire hydrants,
Yep.
and then the second paragraph, it says Mr. Raff, that should be Mr. Rafferty, just to clarify who was actually making the comment. That's it.
Okay, I'll take a motion with those changes.
I move approval with those edits.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I have to
Unanimous?
abstain. I wasn't
And
here.
one abstain. Okay, we also have March 6th will be still being prepared.
I have
March 20.
I have one correction to suggest, and that's, it was at the very opening session, it says call to order by, it should really be acting chairman Patterson, because I'm not the actual chairman of the committee, of the board. So I would insert acting chair. So I was standing in on Doug and your behalf.
Okay?
I just noticed a misspelling of David's last name, paragraph 3. Please, Mr. Suso, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it D-I-O-G-O?
Correct, yes.
Okay, it's just spelled Diego. So it's paragraph 3, if we could just correct his name. It's a couple of spots.
Great.
Thank you.
Take a motion with those changes.
I move approval as edited.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? Thank you. Executive session, we don't have any in front of us.
No.
That I can see. Okay, we'll skip that. Administrative orders. We have before the board a vote to adopt the changes to the shellfish regulations.
Is that being?
Ms. Braga?
It's my understanding, I think, that that's being tabled for the time being. Is that correct, Mr. Suso?
Well, our harbor master and shellfish warden indicated that, based upon the public comment, they were comfortable if the board preferred to either decline to approve or to table, either one. And they would continue to monitor the circumstances and to enhance enforcement and report back to the board if that would be your pleasure.
Doug?
I would think that would be the first step, and I'm glad they felt that way. That was nice that they sent that letter.
I agree.
And does the board have a preference about tabling it or to decline to approve the recommendation?
I would prefer the wording to take no action, which would basically mean that the current regulations would stay in place. The recommendation was made to us. We don't have to take any action on it. I mean, unless somebody has a legal reason.
Well-
No, I don't have a legal reason, but I guess what I would like to do, I mean, I think that they put a lot of thought into trying to craft this.
Absolutely.
I also think we got a lot of public input, which was really valuable, and I think that's why we extended the comment period.
Right.
So that people could do that. And so I think a compromise would be if we table it, we can get through the summer, have a sense of how things are going, and then they can report back. It is essentially what you're recommending, which is to take no action, but it allows it to still, it allows the work that they've done, I think, to have some value to it, should it need to come back before this board. So I would move that we table until further report from MES.
And is there a second?
Well, I'll second that. The only reason I didn't use table is because normally we pick a date and we would
Right.
reconsider or bring it back onto the table. And I don't know that we really have a handle on when we would want to do that, so.
Mr. Suso, do you want a date?
I'm comfortable if you just want to table it indefinitely, recognizing that they're going to take that under advisement and get back to the board at an appropriate time.
Okay, second.
And I'll take, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
And if I could just comment for one moment, I know sometimes when we have comment periods, people feel like, everything's a foregone conclusion. But this is an exact example of folks really weighing in on something that was really important to them, and it was heard. And I think, the result is one that's probably a really positive one for the program as a whole. So there was some nice collaboration between people from the town and from MES, and voices were really heard. So
I want to recognize, in particular, Joe Netto and several folks who got together regarding a petition, went and met a bunch of times with the department, looked at the rules, contacted Selectmen, and did some lengthy research. So just to follow up on exactly what you said. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, but I want to remind everybody of what the motivation was to begin with, to restrict these, and mention that it was really a matter of staffing and doing a more effective management of our shellfish stock. So it's important that people realize that they came forward with a good rationale as to why they wanted to limit the number of days. They just can't get around to actually enforcing or monitoring all of these resources in an effective way. So that was why they wanted to limit the number of days. So just
yes.
Good point, Doug.
I think it brought out a lot of good feedback from the people that are using the resource, and also about how many people are out there that don't have licenses visible. I think that interaction is going to be helpful to help their enforcement this year. So
let's hope so.
Okay, we'll take the next three. To approve Eversource NSTAR petition to install conduit to 10 Water Street. The second one is a handhole for service to 14 Robinson. And the third one is a handhole to 155 Catherine Lee Bates Road. Is there anyone from Eversource NSTAR here?
Madam Chair, could I
Mr.
give just
Suso?
a brief
Yes.
update?
Please.
Board members may recall at your last meeting, this is an associated issue. We had a member of the EDIC, Mr. Fox, express concern with the continued delays on the part of NSTAR/Eversource to wire in, that's not a technical term, it's just my poor choice of a term, the solar array at the landfill, that there had been a number of promises and postponements in that getting completed, and really to the disadvantage of the taxpayer here in Falmouth in terms of the town being able to enjoy the benefit of tying in that solar array, which had been worked on steadfastly. So it's been several months, and I know our Deputy Public Works Director, Peter McConerty, since that meeting reached out to Eversource inquiring about and explaining the town's concern with those repeated delays. There was a representation that they felt this would be concluded by the end of this calendar month. It has still not been concluded. Of course, there are a few days left in the month, but I just wanted to advise the board that that has still not occurred. We remain hopeful that after so many delays, Eversource will step up and act on the taxpayers' best interest, but I wanted the board to be aware that that had not yet occurred.
And just to follow up on that, it was expected in January, so it's
Correct.
actually almost 3 months
Yes.
that the EDIC has been waiting, and in fact, Jim Fox in particular has worked very hard on coordinating this, and the town essentially doesn't get the monetary benefit until it's the Eversource work is completed. It's otherwise ready, and we should have been getting those the benefits for almost 3 months now. And so one of the questions for the board to consider is whether we ask Eversource to come and appear at this approval determination, if we want to table it for a couple of weeks and send a specific invite, just putting that out to see if that's something the board might be interested in. Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to hold up the interest of private residents and institutions as a leverage against Eversource. I mean, they have to manage their business, and I suspect that very different resources are required to make these kinds of connections for property owners than they are to hook up a solar panel array to the grid. So I really don't want to punish the property owners and deprive them of service that might be available expeditiously to try to come up with some kind of a leverage to get Eversource to move on this much bigger project on behalf of the town. I would say that we need to look at other ways of twisting their arm.
Let's ask, do we know, are these concerns of private residences?
I'm not familiar with all the details of these. I don't know if Peter McConerty is here. Yeah, Peter's here with us. He might, I know he has been involved in that more directly.
I can speak to one. The Catherine Lee Bates application is for that housing project at the corner of Catherine Lee Bates and on behalf of the Falmouth Housing Corporation. So that's a project that's basically going to be held up if they can't get the electrical service provided to that site. So I'm going to speak on their behalf because I'm familiar with it.
I agree.
Good point. Doug?
Well, so Mr. Fox had mentioned that, although it's not on yet, we don't know, but he thinks we might be losing $1,000 a day. I think we should send him a letter and ask him for some discount on our rates in the area of $90,000 and plus. I don't know if we'll get it, but at least they'll see our point.
Mr. McConerty?
Excuse me, Peter McConerty, Deputy Director of Public Works. Yeah, of the 3 Eversource petitions, the Catherine Lee Bates, they did request a handhold and some services underground. They revised their plans to say that they did not need to put a handhold in the ground. So basically, the recommendation before you is basically a withdrawal of their request to put in some work on the ground.
And can you enlighten us on the 10 Water Street and 14 Robinson at all?
Yeah, so those are services to residences and to buildings. I did have a rather robust conversation with Brian Sullivan with Eversource, and he is the operations manager for the Cape and the Islands. So he manages all the operations and interconnections across the Cape with all his crews. So our conversation basically started with what is going on with the solar array and the interconnection. Why hasn't this been completed? And you know, the answer that I got is that it's been a hard winter. There's been a lot of snow, and it has not been really a lot of snow. This winter has been a difficult winter, and I do understand that they have a lot of crews out and they have a lot of work going on, but you know, so does Falmouth. I mean, I think we were very forward with them a couple of years back when we gave them the easement over at Mill Road to go over to the island. That was a pretty good deal for them, so we're just asking for some consideration and compensation. Our conversation was for the photovoltaic at the landfill and was also for Lakeview Ave. There's a utility pole project that's been open for a couple of years now, so it was those 2 projects, and it was told to us that by the end of the month, the landfill will be completed and then move right over to Lakeview. I've been going down to the landfill, and you'll see a truck for an hour and a half, but they're not really there a complete day. They might be there a quarter of a day. There was a truck there this morning, but it doesn't really look like much has been done down there.
So it seems that the suggestion to make a written follow-up letter might make the most sense in terms of the representations that were made that the work would be done by the end of the month, and that we certainly would appreciate that. Does that seem in line with your conversations?
Yep.
And I certainly appreciate the board's concern over the private residences. So is there a motion to be made?
I move that we approve these applications for connections to different properties.
I second. I think it's an unbelievably frustrating conversation and that you've had to have, I think, on a number of occasions, but for private residents to have to, they're not really part of the problem, so.
And then we'll, if you would just consider amending your motion to take out the 155 Catherine Lee Bates, as I understand from Mr. McConerty, that's been withdrawn.
Yeah, this recommendation is withdrawing their request for to install.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So just approve it.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
I think you have a
Aye.
resident back there. I'm sorry.
155 Catherine Bates has not been withdrawn.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I didn't want to make those kinds of assumptions.
It's going to be approved.
They're voting to approve it.
We're voting to approve it, yeah.
That was changed, it's going to be approved.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the motion stands as original, and it's been seconded.
I think we just, do we vote it?
Ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
All those.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, okay, unanimous.
Can I, one other comment, though?
Yeah.
In terms of trying to get Eversource to move, can we reach out to our state regulatory bodies that actually have some heft over,
Through the legislators.
yes, well, through the legislators, but we have commissions at the state level that we should be able to, reach out to and ask them to intercede on our behalf. I think we have a strong case to be made, and Eversource does get ready. I know they've got a rate increase that's currently being considered by the state.
Yep.
And I think this is an example of where their service is falling short of what it should be. And the state regulatory boards need to hear about it.
And I will say that when Mr. Fox brought this up, I did send an email personally to both our local state representatives, and they immediately followed up and sent emails to their contacts at NSTAR Eversource and copied me back on it. And they gave the commitment that they were going to take action and be done by April 1st. It just isn't happening.
There's still time, we'll be optimistic.
Right.
So just want to clarify, we're asking, are we asking town council or town manager?
Town manager.
Okay, to follow up with a letter to Eversource.
Exactly.
Great, thank you.
Maybe we should have everybody in the town stop paying the electric bill.
That was on my mind as well.
Okay, under E, Christopher Simler. Chris, are you here? He's not here, okay. Request for exemption under Section 19 of the Conflict of Interest Law. Mr. Suso, do you want to tee that up?
Certainly, Madam Chair. As the board will recall, Mr. Simler was appointed to the EDIC by the board to fill an existing vacancy, and a question on a conflict of interest was raised with town council. You have a copy of that information in your board packet. Town council recommended that members of the board, if you are comfortable doing so, consider voting to issue a waiver to Mr. Simler for his participation on the EDIC as it relates to the depot project. Town council, Mr. Duffy, is here this evening also, if there are any questions the board members may have.
If I could comment.
Jonathan, sure.
I think Chris Simler has a particular professional expertise that really allows him to act as a project manager more effectively than anybody else on the EDIC for this station renovation and preservation. And it would really be very much in the town's best interest if we allowed him to work on our behalf. It doesn't appear that he has any significant conflict of interest. His employer is Jacobs Engineering, and he supervises an engineer that has some ancillary responsibility that might be connected to the Department of Transportation, but it's pretty minimal, and I think his expertise is more valuable to us, and I really don't consider the conflict of interest to be a significant one. So I'm prepared to make the motion unless somebody else wants to make a comment.
It just appeared that his supervising wasn't related to the company that he works for, so I think it seems okay.
And I just want to remark on the process here. Mr. Simler went through the conflict of interest process on his own initiative, has had discussions with Mr. Duffy, and has really been extremely professional, gone out of his way to be sure that his role is appropriate. He's a very experienced project manager, and it's really to the town's benefit that he is volunteering on the EDIC.
I agree, and I think this is what the conflict of interest law is for, so that you can just suss these things out, so that people go into it with their eyes open as to any potential connections or conflicts. But I think this is it's tenuous at best, and I do think that it was well vetted, so I feel comfortable with him going forward. I think it's a real, as stated, benefit and asset on this particular project.
Mr. Patterson for the motion.
Surely. I move that the board determine that Christopher Simler's interest in the EDIC bus station renovation project is not so substantial so as to affect the integrity of his service as a member of the EDIC, and allow him to participate in the matter. A copy of this vote shall be reduced to writing and filed with the town clerk.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Unanimous.
Thank
Do
you.
we need to sign that or no?
It wouldn't hurt for us to have members of the board initial that.
Thank you.
Chair.
The last item on summary of actions is a vote to accept license regarding property located at 52 Oxbow Road in East Falmouth related to the Coonamessett River Corridor Project.
And so this, did you want
We
to?
have a presentation
Oh,
if
excuse
you
me.
would like.
I think there's been
I'll be
some
real
new
brief.
Yes.
things happening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Jeff Nickerson. I'm a local attorney here in town. Tonight I represent my law partner, Jeff Oppenheim. He is the trustee of the Coonamessett Greenway Trust. The trust was created specifically to assist in the restoration of the Coonamessett River. My client has secured an easement to remove a dam and spillway at 52 Oxbow Road, which it would like to assign to the town. This grant would be a license and would be given to the town at no cost. The duration of the grant would be 3 years. The spillway and dam removal are in furtherance of the ongoing Coonamessett River Restoration Project, which the board is familiar with. The intent is to allow the Coonamessett River, which was blocked by a series of dams, to return to a more natural state by removing those dams and spillways. Assistant Town Council Pat Harris has reviewed this form of the license, and I'd like to submit it to the board for your consideration and hopefully your approval. I understand that the selectmen have the ability to accept this on behalf of the town, and if you do decide to accept this, it would obviate the need for town meeting warrant Article 15, which is seeking approval for the cost of removing the dam and spillway.
Okay, who's going to run the presentation?
Well, that basically, that summary is sufficient. We do have town council here if there are any questions, but a motion would be in order if the board is comfortable accepting this license.
I move that we accept the license.
I'll second.
There's some exact language which
Oh, yes.
town council's given us. I'd be happy to make that.
Okay. I move that we vote to accept the license from Jeffrey Oppenheim, trustee of the Coonamessett Greenway Trust, regarding property located at 52 Oxbow Road in East Falmouth, Massachusetts, as shown on Assessor's Map 33-02-003-000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank
Appreciate
you.
you.
Thank you.
Great.
They have some paperwork, I think, Madam Chair, they're asking to
Okay,
have
we'll do
signed
that quickly so
this
you
evening,
can
if you may.
have it before you leave. Okay, now we'll move to special events. Recurring recommended is the Woods Hole Model Boat Show Weekend, Woods Hole Historical Collection and Museum, parking meters not in use Friday, April 21st, 2017, after 3 p.m. through Sunday, April 23rd, 2017, and we have already had a preview. Does the
I mean,
board have any thoughts?
I move that we approve the
Is there a
request.
second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Take any public comment? I don't know, in case there's a,
I think there's already been that opportunity.
okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to a discussion of the senior center proposal, and there is a PowerPoint here. Mr. Brown, if you can catch the light.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you noted, we have a very brief PowerPoint proposal, truly an update on information the board has seen previously. We also have our consulting architect, Joel Bargman, in attendance this evening. We welcome Joel's being with us to answer any questions that the board may have or to clarify any items. This PowerPoint includes some information which Joel has provided for us to follow up on questions. And I'll just quickly go through these and welcome Joel's comments as may be helpful to the board. We had talked about potential options for a basement. If there is no basement, that stays with the 15,000 square foot target size the board had been discussing. A full finished basement with gymnasium upper level, which was talked about a meeting or two ago. Cost estimate for that would be $2.6 million. Full basement unfinished, cost estimate $1 $1,705. That is 7,500 square feet. In other words, a full finished basement. Alternatively, a partial basement, 2,000 square feet, to be utilized for storage only, to accommodate what's anticipated and viewed as existing storage needs of the senior center, and accommodating some additional storage given the new proposed size of the facility. That cost estimate for the partial basement is $455,000. That includes both an elevator connection as well as a stairwell connection to that basement level for storage purposes only.
Mr. Suso, could you just remind us of the current estimate without these add-ons?
The current estimate without the add-ons is $8.6 million. And here's the summary that Peter just put up.
Okay.
There was the original amount that Mr. Bargman projected, $8.8 million. We have some of that on hand, which reduces the amount to $8.6 million. That was as presented to the board previously. And here's two alternatives that we just spoke about. One with a 2,000 square foot basement would take the amount to $9.1 million. With a full but unfinished basement, the amount would go to $10.3 million. Again, taking into account the funds that you currently have on hand.
But we don't have one with the full finished basement, with the total.
Not full finished basement. What that would the reason for that is that would require additional excavation below the ground level. What Mr. Bargman demonstrated was that to excavate without removing additional turf would only allow about 2 feet, as I recall, of natural light on the field side of the basement, so it would really not be practical for consideration as future activity space. So we did not pursue that further, but we could come up with an amount for additional, enlarging the footprint with an additional excavation to allow windows, et cetera, throughout additional sides of the building. The downside of that would be you would lose additional parking area that is now existing basically near the basketball court, because this footprint would have to further enlarge.
Right.
As the board's aware, parking has been a commodity that we've been trying to preserve.
Mm-hmm. If I could, so in my own estimation, if we were to include this gymnasium idea, we would really need to finish that basement, and it would be a lot more impact to the site, because then we would really, if it's going to be a usable finished space, you really need to excavate that lot a lot more. It would require removal of that basketball court, in my opinion, to get that grade down to where that would be a walkout, where it's a usable finished space. And it's going to add quite a bit more than the $2.6 million, I believe. I would take a guess that it would be in the hundreds of thousands more to do that additional work, to make this space really actually usable, because now you're talking about moving the programs that were on the top floor down into this lower level. Because basically, after we talked about it at our previous meeting, and I was the one pushing to just vet this because so many people wanted to talk about it, I've given a lot of thought to it. I don't know of any other senior center that has a gymnasium. Maybe there is one, but I couldn't find one. And when serving the seniors the St. Patrick's Day dinner, Ms. Bishop mentioned, could you imagine if we all had to go up the elevator to go to the top floor to have lunch? Because if you're moving that utility, that big all-purpose room to the top floor, you're moving the kitchen up there too. So it really throws a monkey wrench into the plan for the senior center. It's more than just a $2 million add-on, it's a complete change of use of the building.
Could I just add to that, Selectman Brown? You make a good point. The other thing, and it's a corollary to what you pointed out already, is that the floors of the Gus Canny Center and the proposed new senior center will no longer match up. In other words, the main floor of the Gus Canny with this proposal aligns with the main floor of the senior center. So you can have some building economies of scale in terms of cross-purposing and working with staff and other things. But if a programming area goes into the basement level, you lose that matching up of floors, and the dynamic interaction between buildings is considerably lessened.
And if I could, just along those lines, I think, there are certainly a number of organizations in town that are passionate about different athletic, artistic, cultural activities. But I think what we have to come back to is, what is the mission for the Council on Aging? Because that's what this building is being built for. And the mission statement does not include providing recreational space for all of these different activities, or space for different private organizations to kind of have all of these activities take place. This particular proposal with the 15,000 square feet, this concept, while it is still in an early stage in terms of what the inside, how the final breakdown will look, has been really built upon by many, many years of work and input from folks on the Council of Aging, people within the community, some of the members of this board, and obviously town administrators as well. And I think that what is difficult when you do a project like this is you would love for it to be everything to everyone, but we have so many competing interests in our community, and I think the tough part is trying to balance a resource which is going to be critical to our elder population, of which there are many in this town, but recognizing we want this town to also stay vibrant, and there are other resources, town fields, other outside space for activities that we will need to invest in, and we've already had that conversation. So I think we just have to go back to what is the purpose of the Council on Aging, what are those core services that they provide, and we've looked at that before, we've had that presentation. Jill and Jim have given that to us many times. That information is available for folks if they kind of need to see that again. But those core services that they provide don't include a recreational piece of that nature. Now, that being said, obviously our seniors are active. There's a whole spectrum, and that's part of why this project was somewhat connected to the campus where the Gus Canty is, that Main Street campus, because it allows for use of a space, meaning the Gus Canty, that's already used for some senior center activities, that has a gym. Of course we would love more gym space. I mean, it's unquestionable that we could use that, but we're trying to balance really big numbers. Even leaving it as it is, $8.6 million is a lot of money when we have other needs that we know are coming down the pipeline. So I just hope that we recognize that, looking at something that focuses on what the Council on Aging does and the services they provide to our seniors is what this project is about. And that's what the folks have waited over a decade for and have worked really hard on. So I wouldn't want to undo or undermine the work that these folks have done, who are in the trenches each day, working at the senior center, reaching out to our seniors, providing those services. So when, I think we just need to fall back on the folks who are somewhat of the experts in what goes on at the senior center, what could happen there, and then just recognize that there are some hard constraints in terms of money. And so.
Yeah, I did want to mention that this subject was brought up and discussed at the senior center working group level that I attended. And it was really the feeling there was, this is not a program specifically for the senior center. This is a program that's generically should go before the recreation center. This is a program that should be entertained in the Gus Canty Center. And if there's a need for an extra gym, it ought not to be tied to the senior center as a facility. It ought to be tied to a more general purpose recreation, so it can be used for other activities. It's not a senior center or senior specific facility per se. It's a more generalized facility. And so the sense was it shouldn't be tied in to the scope of work of a senior center. And that additional cost, of course, makes it just that much higher hurdle that the town has to get over financially in order to put a valid senior center facility in place to meet the needs of the majority of the seniors in this community. So I just wanted to make that comment. There are organizations like the Curling Club that went out and raised money on their own to build a facility for a specialized sport. That's an option. There's the sports center itself. Again, private entity. I don't think this is a burden that we should place on the senior center facility that we, as a town, want to actually embrace and support.
I just want, if we could ask Mr. Bargman about the site, the only possible way that I would still consider that top floor gymnasium space would be that if there was more of a footprint on the first floor, that we could spread out a little bit more and include that multifunction dining area and still have room for the top open floor, because otherwise I don't see the senior center working. I don't really think that the gym really belongs there, even though I said let's consider it, but that would be my only way that it would work for me.
Ms. Bergman? Oh, sorry, right in front of me. So the question first, after you introduce yourself, is if we add additional square footage all to the entire building, what would that effect be?
Well, do you have the site plan by any chance to?
On the,
You would be saying to put the gym or the pickleball area is what you're referring to, I assume, is the gym space?
well, I've assumed all along that if we're going to entertain a pickleball gym, it would have to be on the top floor because they need more height.
Yeah.
We won't have comment from the audience till called for, thank you.
All right, so the gymnasium, yeah. But it would be on the ground floor then?
No, well, I would anticipate that it would need to be on the top floor because there's an 18-foot height, is what they usually use in my reading.
That's correct.
So what my question would be then, do we have enough room to expand the first floor to maintain the dining area and still use that large multifunction room in the top floor? Is there a space constraint that's going to prevent that? I've assumed also that if we use this multifunction room that could be used for pickleball, that we would need to move the dining facility upstairs to go with the large multifunction room. I don't know if I'm correct about that.
Well, if you put the large multifunction room at grade, that's correct. I mean, the other option would be to put the large room at the top floor.
I guess my real question is there room for two multifunction rooms in this building? Is there room to expand on that first floor?
Joe, you'll have to take the mic with you.
Yeah. I think this area, this access road is a constraint that takes you back to these, it's on the east side of the police station. So that sort of, this is the curb, existing curb of the police station
Right.
lot, so it's, site's too tight.
You've used all the space already for that.
Yes, sir.
So if you repeat, did you say it's too tight?
Yes.
I
The
didn't hear the
site's
end
too
of it.
limited on that side to put it. I mean, you would have to find some other way to add on to the Gus Canty building to put that function in. It doesn't fit really, unless you take out more space on the back side of the building, the basketball court, access to the little concession building.
Thank you, Ms. Braga.
I just want to, and I hope that anyone from the council will address this if I speak out of turn, but I don't believe that a giant sort of gymnasium recreational space was ever requested as programming space by the folks who worked on this. Was that ever?
I believe you're correct on that. There was no mention in this.
Right, okay.
No, this is the first time it's coming up after.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure that it's clear that the folks who have, I don't mean to harp on this, but the folks who run these programs, who have done the work for a long time, who run the programs at the senior center, and who are familiar with many senior centers in the area. They communicate with those individuals and sort of set the programming accordingly. I just want it to be clear that it wasn't a request for recreational space that the board or anyone else then cut out and that we're looking at adding back in. It was never requested. This is the first time we're looking at that.
Your
and
memory is
reviewing
correct.
that. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Right.
I could have missed it.
Any questions in particular for Mr. Barber? The next, any questions from folks from the Council of Aging?
Great.
Okay, thank you. From the public, we've had a lot of public comment, but we'll take a few items as long as they're not repetitive. Mr. Zlativ, if he's here.
My name is Tom Anslotter. I live on 59 Jericho Path, Falmouth Heights. I've been puzzled what this thing is, so I tried to find out just to enlighten myself. And it seems to be that there is some kind of unknown. So I went to watch what is happening in one of these games, right at the gym at the Gus Canty. And really, it's what is, it's a small net out there, and people are jumping and seems to be having good time, which is great. That's what should be in our last years in life. And we should provide for that thing in the best way that we can, and it's great. But what struck me was that it didn't really take a great amount of room. If we had to, there seems to be, again, I'm illiterate to that thing. I don't know, so some of the things may, if we had to put this thing here, probably we'll put 4 of these players in this room. And which is one of the best thing that happened is it took so many years to come to that logical solution to bring the senior center close to the Gus Canty into that area out there. And I think we should explore this thing to the best that we can. I tried to find out about rules, about what really this game is. I went to Google to what, there seems to be some kind of rules, whether they score or not, whether there are teams. Are we going to have Falmouth playing Mashpee or something? I don't think it's a Olympic sport, if you want to call it sport. Anyway, it's good, and we should provide for this. The one part that bothers me very much is that this language that we are building only for one limited. No, we are going to build one senior center for everybody, and there seems to be some. It's great that they can use that thing. I didn't see where they need this expanse of the height of the room of the rest of it, but it's nice that there is such thing. We have the gym out there. There is one part here that this language of extra gym, it will kill this Article 26. We need the money to move this thing. We spend so many years to get to this thing. Now are we going to study and what else we are going to do? We have come to reality very close, and let's get to do it.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of people that I have to give a chance.
In my opinion, the gym is there, and I don't think the senior center, if we have another gym, the senior center will have to manage this thing, will have to schedule all of these things. And is that going to be a private thing to this particular group of people? Are they going to claim that this is us and nothing more to it?
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Carlisle. I have a lot to say. I'll try to compact it in a couple of minutes.
Precinct?
First of all,
Deb, your precinct or address?
Precinct 80
correct.
Clear Pond Road,
Thank
first
you.
precinct. Well, so far in the last 3 weeks, 650 senior citizens have signed a petition that asks the Selectmen to put a gym into the new senior center. There are only 120 pickleball players in town. So it's not all pickleball players. These are seniors who want space to exercise. As I was listening to the conversation, I feel like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place, because the senior center programs that you've always had, they don't include this kind of active sports for the younger seniors kind of space. And because of that, the feeling seems to be on the Board of Selectmen that we shouldn't include it now. On the other hand, at Gus Canty Gym, they have these programs they've always had in place, and they don't include making very much time for seniors. And when you go to Gus Canty and the rec committee, they say, oh, well, this is what we've always had scheduled here, so we can't change it. Well, if Gus Canty won't change anything to shuffle around programs to make room for the younger seniors, 60 to 75 or 80, who want to play sports, the new senior center isn't going to include a gym so that this age group can do what they want to do in their recreational time. There's no place for this age group to go. I know that the architect looked at ways to put the gym into the senior center. I'm not an architect or a professional, I don't pretend to be. But I would want to point out that the number of meeting rooms, now that you're citing this place at Gus Canty, is probably going to be less of a need than when it was supposed to go to the high school. Because there are large meeting rooms at Gus Canty that are unused most of the time. So I don't know if the architect discounted the number of meeting rooms that they would need when he came up with issues about space and moving things. But I think that's one of, if he hasn't taken that into consideration, I think maybe you ought to take another look at it to do that.
He's familiar with Gus Canty as well.
Okay. Now, and
Just
the other...
another minute, just so we can have
Okay.
balance.
And the needs assessment survey that the Council on Aging undertook in 2014, I've been looking at it. It asked the seniors, how many of them use the senior center now? And the 60 to 80 age group, yes, was only 17% of them. And they asked all the seniors how important is exercise to them. 62% of 600 said it's very important. So the younger seniors want to have a place to exercise. They have found that the senior center doesn't provide that. I guess it provides some wellness programs, but it really doesn't provide the programs for the 60 to 75 age group. And that is the growing age group. That's the age group that is being relied upon as the statistics to expand the senior center. So we think you ought to pay attention to the needs of that age group.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Hello, Mr. Clancy.
Good evening. Joseph Clancy, Courier Road, East Falmouth. I'm a member of the Council on Aging. I'm also a tennis player. I'm a member of the local sports center, and I play tennis there regularly, 12 months a year. In the summertime, I play outside and also play inside. I talked to the manager of the sports center today, and in the past, the pickleballers have played there at the sports center. And while I've been in attendance at the sports center, there have been open courts that go unrented. Previously, there used to be 6 courts at the Falmouth Sports Center, and a lot of times those courts were not used. They're available for rent, and they still are. I also go to Mashpee, to the timeshare resort facility. There are 2 indoor courts there, as well as 2 outside. Those 2 indoor courts are also available for rent. So my feeling is, as a member of the Council on Aging and a tennis player, I think you need to keep those 2 items, pickleball and the Council on Aging, separate. I think you're doing a fine job with the comments I've heard tonight as far as getting this building built, which is really the focus of the Council on Aging. And I think it would be nice if we had a gym, but I don't think this is the facility for it. This is an overburdened site, as you've all come to know. We're going to be jamming this building onto this site as best we can. We at the council are all in favor of it and can't wait for it to get there, but I don't think having a gym there is going to be the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bargman? Mr. Bargman, if you'd take the mic, I have a question. Just on another issue, one of the many outreach groups that we've held, Megan and I did a programming group, and one of the things that kept coming up, we visited, members of that group all visited several senior centers and interviewed directors of senior centers, mostly on the Cape, Duxbury as well. One of the recurring themes was that there sometimes was a conflict in terms of programming and storage space. And so I was curious, just looking at the preliminary thoughts where we are with this concept. What is the amount of storage compared to other senior centers that you've looked at?
Well, I'll say Needham put a 2,000 square foot basement in their new senior center for storage. But that is really the only senior center we've worked on that's done the basement scheme. Most of them are fighting the budget more than anything else, and the basement is an element that's not usually considered.
And could I just ask, what's the size of the Needham?
That's 20,000 square feet.
That's 20,000, okay. And could I just ask a follow-up?
Sure.
But there is storage that's built, I know that this sketch is preliminary, but there is some, if I recall, seeing like a closet, I mean, there is some space for storage that's
There's program
allotted for it.
and it's a very simple drawing, but there's storage off the kitchen, pantry storage. There's storage off the multipurpose room for chairs, tables, coats. Then each program room has storage. The arts and crafts has a larger storage area because that's used more flexibly. So the goal is to put the storage in with each room, but there's no large
Right.
for like
A basement.
longer term.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask another question, Joel, if I can. I noticed on the sketch that you provide us, the cross-section, that you show that basement floor level at 17 feet above mean sea level, which I recall from looking at FEMA maps is like at least 5 feet above the base flood elevation considered to be the flood zone. Is that your estimate based on the elevations you've analyzed?
That's relatively close. It's our understanding that the mean flood zone on the back is the field level of the ball field. So we didn't want to go too deep with the basement because we wanted to get sufficient coverage above that level, not only for flooding but for groundwater.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Mr. Bergman, from the board? Thank you.
May I just correct a misstatement?
That you made?
No, that somebody else made.
That's an argument. That's not a correction. Anybody else?
May I just make one short comment then, please?
One short comment.
Pickleball groups have asked the sports center many times to be able to play there. The groups used to play there about 4 years ago. It was before I was involved. Apparently, the tennis players were bothered by the lines for the pickleball courts. And so the sports center owners decided that they would expand the use of the tennis courts only and not allow pickleball players to play there. So that is not an option either.
With the new owners?
They will not allow
The new owners
pickleball
you're talking
groups
about.
to rent any of the space, whether it's empty or not,
Oh, thank you.
because there's different lines on the courts for
Thank
the
you.
two sports.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Carol Murphy. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 9. I just have a comment about the gym facility over at the Gus Canny Center. It's cramped, it is drab-looking, and it's a user-unfriendly building. And I would just like to see the senior center sited somewhere else. For gym purposes, the high school was an ideal location. I've used the Gus Canny Center to exercise for about 15 years. It's user-unfriendly, and it's very, very difficult to get in and out of the Gus Canty Center. I don't know what you're going to do about access.
Thank you.
I just don't think it's a good location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we have a public comment.
to the mic, please? I'll take two more questions. No, no, two more questions from the public. But you have to go to the mic because we can't hear you at home. Yes, sir?
Good evening. My name is Matt Cronin from 3 Inkberry Lane in North Falmouth. I go back to what the architect had mentioned about this property, that it's kind of compressed and hard to work with. I think from the outset, the siting of this has been terrible. I don't know where you expect people to park there. It's very difficult with current use to park there. You're talking about using the Gus Canty Center. I don't know what the elder people are going to do during school vacation times and summertime when they have all the camps there. That would completely close that off. We've been waiting on this and planning this for, 11 years? If you're cramped now and we're looking to have something for the future, how are we going to expand this? I think the site should be moved somewhere else, that this is a terrible thought.
Just a quick mention, in many of the public outreach sessions, the Council on Aging is programming around those times that it's busy, which is what they do commonly, and there will also be parking added. So those are your two main concerns. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We'll move on.
Madam Chair, could I just raise the one question about the board's preference? We have the Finance Committee meeting tomorrow evening.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a preference on the board's part as to what we take forward to the Finance Committee as it relates to storage in the lower level? And that cost information. That would be a key determination if the board cares to make a determination on that this evening.
Mr. Patterson?
Well, I'd like to move that we actually increase the scope of this building to include 2,000 square feet of storage in the basement area. In fact, there's a second on it, but I can speak to it and say it moves the mechanical space that's required for an elevator down into the basement, as well as other mechanicals for heating and ventilating. It is well enough above the flood plain, so we don't have to worry about any flooding in that level. Storage is important, and it seems like people are always running out of storage space, and it does give us that little bit of extra breathing room to basically assure that this space, which is already 4 times bigger than our current senior center or more, is a little bit more ample. And so I think this modest investment is something that we should take advantage of, because if we were to try to build a standalone facility, the cost would be very much higher. This is an accessory to a building, and I think it's something that we really should include in the scope of this structure.
So you're suggesting adding the $455,000 for 2,000 square foot of storage only?
Correct.
And that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
For discussion.
Okay, discussion.
I just wonder if we could leave some flexibility and not be stuck on just the 2,000, but call it some type of partial basement.
I think the problem with that is we have to give, Finance Committee needs some definitive numbers, and then town meeting will need some definitive numbers. So obviously, contingencies will be built into it, but not probably the difference between a 2,000 square foot and a build-out, which looks like it's, I mean, exponentially more expensive.
Right, as mentioned by the town manager, the purpose of the vote that Mr. Patterson is proposing is to give parameters to finance.
Mm-hmm. Well.
So I'm looking for a second if there is
I'll
one.
second your motion. I think, one of the criticisms we hear is that sometimes we're not, forward-looking. I understand there's forward-looking and there's forward-looking. So there's forward-looking where we can, spend many millions more for a project now, and there's forward-looking for a relatively small investment to get something that is constantly an issue, which is storage that can be used for the Council on Aging in the future, long from now, when none of us are here and that building may have a different life, there's some space there for that as well. So given the size of the project, I think that that's a fair, albeit, you know, it's not a small amount of money, but to get that storage, I think that that's a fair amount to invest, so I would second it.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Direction.
I want to thank Mr. Bargman as well, Madam
Thank you for
Chair,
coming.
for joining us this evening.
And thanks members of the Council on Aging and for the public who spoke.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one other item.
Yes.
If I may just clarify then, having spoken with the finance director, by adding this 200,000 square feet, 2,000 square feet of storage for 455,000, your adjusted total would be 9.1 million,
Yes.
as shown in the second entry above on the screen.
And
So
does that
is
include the 250 on hand?
correct?
Okay.
Yeah, it includes that adjustment.
9-1. Mrs. Braga?
And also, could town manager, assistant town manager just comment on what, I know that a packet, a really informative packet was put together. Will that packet of information, some that's already on our website, be available to folks who may want to, now that the project is more solidified, take a look at it prior to town meeting? Will there be anything, in other words, will anything additional be on the website or available should people want to look at it?
Certainly, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, another presentation, FEMA Hazard Mitigation Plan, the Woods Hole Group.
The Woods Hole Group. Yeah, we have several people leaving, so.
What did we say about warm-up? Right.
There we go.
We know about technology. Cut him some space.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. No, we'll just leave that there. My name is Elise Leduc. I'm here with Woods Hole Group to present the Falmouth Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan that my company's been working on with Brian Curry and some other key members of the town. I'm going to quickly go through kind of the whole schedule process of putting this plan together, some of the major changes that were required based on an initial review by MEMA, and then the major sections and results and really what's in the plan now and then how we move forward from here. So it's been a long process. This originally started back in 2014. There were multiple local emergency planning committee meetings on this, and there was an initial draft submitted for review to MEMA. They came back with a number of comments, things that needed to be changed, added in order to meet all of the requirements. At that point, in the middle of last year, Woods Hole Group was brought on to help really bring this plan together, work cooperatively with those key town officials, and get it in shape for meeting every one of those requirements that FEMA has. We then made that draft available for public comment earlier this year. We presented it at another local emergency planning committee meeting, and now here we are today in front of the Board of Selectmen to hopefully get your blessing on the plan. There were a number of major changes that were required after the initial draft. Some just better explaining what actually was done before. There had been a planning process. There had been public involvement. It just wasn't documented in the plan. So that was easy. We were able to do that. Involving neighboring communities, again, this time we sent that draft out to Mashpee, Sandwich, Bourne, the Martha's Vineyard towns, and got their feedback as well. Looking at all the hazards from the state plan. So Massachusetts has its own multi-hazard mitigation plan, and in the initial Falmouth draft, we didn't address all of those hazards. We now do. And for each of those, we provide an overview, where that hazard occurs in town, where it's occurred before, how bad it can get, the probability of it happening again, and what kind of impacts we can expect from each of those hazards, and really document the vulnerable places and specific facilities in town. And then really this is the meat of it is, documenting how you're going to mitigate for these. What are your actions? And as well as documenting what kind of capacity the town has for putting these actions forward. And then we'll talk about adoption at the end. So this is the draft plan as it stands today. It does have these 7 chapters, which I'm going to very briefly just tick right through them and show you what's in there. The first is just an introduction, describes the objectives of the plan, the goals of the plan, and really why this plan exists. Why does the town of Falmouth need a multi-hazard mitigation plan? And, for one thing, it is a way for the town to look at actions, policies, things it can do, projects it can put in place that can really limit the impact of these hazards in the future, reduce the vulnerability, lessen the cost in the future, as well as set you up for applying for FEMA grants in the event of a disaster in the future. And then it also, this is really more for the reviewers, but I think it's a really key point, is these little tabs on the side of the report really key the reviewers into what part of the plan meets each one of their little tick boxes. So it should be very easy and streamline the process of them reviewing it and get it back to us quicker than otherwise. There is a chapter on just a local profile of Falmouth. The history, the geography, the demographics, historic properties, land use. This is really just setting the stage, having all the important information about the town in there. This is really part of the meat of the plan, the hazard identification section. These are all the hazards that are included. Every one of them that has an asterisk, which is almost all of them, were ones that were included in the Massachusetts state plan, and so we were required to at least touch on. We did add one extra. We do not really have serious dams in Falmouth. I know there was a talk on the Coonamessett just a second ago about how they're removing them, but the dams we have here in town are small. The hazard that comes from one of those dams failing is fairly minor, but we do have culverts, and when they fail or block up, the flooding that can result is substantial. And so taking the lead from some other Cape towns that did include culvert failure in their plan, we did the same here. And then with landslide, we acknowledged it, the state had it, but we pretty much said we don't consider that to be a hazard here in this town. These are just some of the maps that are in there. This one here was flooding. We have specific areas where different erosion rates occur at different parts of town, sea level rise impacting different parts of town at different levels. Wildfire risk, this was taken from I believe the Barnstable County Wildfire Risk Plan. And then locations of bridges of concern, culverts of concern, and other culverts throughout town. So each of those hazards has a map like this, identifying where in town these things can occur. And really all that comes down to this table at the end, which summarizes how likely is it to happen, how severe can such a hazard get, like what would the level of damage be to the town, and how widespread is the area impacted. And it really brings to light what some of the more likely or some of the more disastrous impacts are, and then you have something like tsunami, which probably isn't going to be the biggest thing you want to focus on. We then took some of them, so the ones that are in bold and with an asterisk, and moved forward to do a site-specific vulnerability analysis. We couldn't do it with all of them. For some things like winter weather, when it snows, for instance, it snows across the whole town, roughly equally. And so you can't really identify one section of town as being more vulnerable to snow than another. Whereas when it floods, there are areas that flood more likely than others and things like that. So really it had to be something that we had site-specific or geographic data on in order to do the vulnerability analysis. And then there were others that we just didn't have a good amount of data on. Tornadoes, may have a specific path, but we don't have tornadoes really documented in this town to put that into effect in a vulnerability analysis. We did this vulnerability assessment in 2 ways. One was based on the number of parcels, basically, that would be impacted and the value of those parcels based on the town assessor's parcel data. And really to sort of summarize it, we broke it into land use categories. So residential, commercial, agriculture, open space, what types of parcels for how much value are being impacted. And then we also, together with the group of local officials that I worked with, identified 92 critical facilities in town. Things like the schools, the fire stations, the police stations, water towers, things that are important to the functioning and running of the town. This is very busy. Don't try to read the whole thing. It's just an example. I have two of them. I'll just go through this one. This is just what would come out of the vulnerability analysis from a VE flood zone. What this does is it tells you how many total parcels, for instance, are single-family residential. There are 18,410. 1,301 of them are in this VE flood zone hazard. So that's 7% of that land use type. How much value do those buildings account for in all of the residential parcels, and then how much value just in the buildings that are in that hazard area? And then broken down for the total property as well. For things like flooding, you don't really think about the value of the land being destroyed so much as the buildings when it gets wet. But what tables like this can really show you is if you have something that has a large percentage of that land use type in a particular hazard. So 1,300 parcels is a lot, but it's only 7% of the total. So it really lets you see if you have a large percentage of your commercial area or a large percentage of your residential area being impacted, and what is the value of those parcels being impacted. A similar one here with, this is just the parcels that would be impacted by sea level rise with an estimate of 3 feet. And within the report itself, there are many of these tables for fire, for pretty much all of the ones that we had the risk assessment for. We also did the distance to and around culverts and dams, fire, flooding, sea level rise, wind. Wind is more strong along the coast, and so those coastal properties would get picked up in this case, and shoreline erosion, because those were also site-specific that we could target. The mitigation actions chapter is really what the town will move forward with. These are the actions that the town is signing on to do. Each of them has sort of what the action is, what the purpose of doing that is, what departments in town are going to take the lead responsibility or supporting putting these actions into place, what are some of the potential funding sources that could come from this, the priority, the timeline. These went from anywhere from immediately to within the next 5 years. And then there are 7 goals listed at the beginning of this section, and this just lets the reader know which of the goals that this action is actually targeting. So altogether, there were 34 actions addressing 7 hazard mitigation goals of the town, broken into these 5 categories. So prevention and resource protection, public safety, property protection, structural projects, and public information and communications. To get that high, medium, low scoring classification that we had, we used this prioritization, these prioritization categories listed here. So they focused on the benefits of putting that action into place, the feasibility of putting something like that into action, how much would it cost, and if there were any regulatory or permitting issues. And basically scored them 1, 2, or 3, whether each one was poor, good, poor, average, or good for each of those categories. And this is just to show you the process. But it basically, at the very end, came out with our ranking for all 34 of these actions. There's a final chapter in here on just the planned maintenance process, and this is just to emphasize that this is not meant to be a static document. Every 5 years it's to be updated, it's supposed to be taken off the shelf, it's supposed to be used. There's something the town's supposed to really use to reduce its vulnerability to these risks. And then finally, ultimately, right now this chapter's blank, but it is a required piece of putting together a hazard mitigation plan. And what it will ultimately do is document the adoption by the Board of Selectmen and approval by FEMA and MEMA. So this is just a placeholder for that right now. With that in mind, moving forward, you have 2 options. Here we are today at this meeting, and hopefully you at least tonight or in a future meeting soon approve this plan for submittal and review. Whether or not you adopt it first is up to you. So if you choose to submit it before adopting the plan, and FEMA finds it all okay, they will give us approval pending adoption. And what that means is we then have 1 calendar year to come back and formally adopt that plan. The benefit of doing this, and I don't think this will be the case, but if it is, if FEMA finds even just one little thing it needs changed, we don't need to adopt it twice. We can come back, change it, and send it back off, and you just adopt it once at the end. Alternatively, you can adopt it prior to submitting it. They can review it, and then it will come back a fully approved, ready-to-go plan. But if there are any revisions required, whatever the process is for taking it back and adopting it again would have to happen. So that's really up to the Board of Selectmen to decide, for the town to decide how they want to move forward. But that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions, and though there was a lot of information, I hope you had time to take a look at the plan before tonight.
That's great, thank you.
Anyone? Doug?
I didn't read the whole thing. I got pretty far, but I couldn't quite finish it all.
It's a big document.
But I did get past the point where I was reading the part about the erosion, and, you know, all along I've been worried about Surf Drive, you know, obsessing about that sewer line that's running under there and thinking that's our #1 concern, and I guess structurally it probably is, but I was very disappointed to see that the East Falmouth section is losing, did I read that right, 4.1 feet of shoreline per year? Is that really right?
Yes, based on that data. So it's CZM shoreline change project data that we used.
Coastal Zone Management.
Yeah, so the Massachusetts Coastal Zone Management Agency did do a whole statewide shoreline change analysis, and they do incorporate shoreline data from the 1800s to 2009 as their most recent date. I can go back there. So this will be a little tricky to see. So they give you 2 numbers. So they have a long term, which is the 1850 to 2009, and then a short term, which is this 1975 to 2009, which I have here, which in a lot of ways I think is the more useful. I mean, we have a different environment now than we had 100 years ago, and we have different storms, and in many ways the short term may be more indicative of what's happening in the near future. And yes, you're right. So there are sections where the shoreline is retreating very, very quickly.
I haven't got to the part yet where you recommend the fix for that, but I'll have to read a little further.
I think the thing here is this area is fronting Wacoit Bay. This is a barrier beach that's undeveloped, I believe.
Yes.
And so I don't know that we recommend a fix for that. It's nature, letting nature take its course at that point, I think.
And I'm going to guess that on the other section, a little closer toward the center, you're recommending removal of the groins.
We did not have that.
Okay.
It wasn't brought up by anyone during the meeting. That's not to say the plan is not final and adopted and approved yet, but it would take some thinking and some doing. We could consider it, but I don't know that would fix the problem entirely, however.
Okay.
So.
In terms of the fixes, is the process generally that there would be some meetings regarding costs and timelines so that we'd be able to adjust the capital plans of the town? How does that typically go?
Well, it's sort of it's project dependent. Some of them don't need much or any funding at all. It's simply a task or a record keeping or something that existing staff can do. You know, I know existing staff is already strapped and worn thin with what they have to do, but some of the larger capital things could be done with grants or, would have to be budgeted for in future meetings, and it's really up to the town to prioritize which of those things are most important. I know some of the, Peter, you might want to speak to this, but some of the repairs along Surf Drive are already kind of something the town was thinking about. So one of the things that we did try to do is, just because the town had already talked about it, and it might already be in the plan for the next year, we included it anyway. Because now you get to basically, at the end of 5 years, say, look what we did. Anything that was related to hazard mitigation, we included in the plan. And that way, at the end of 5 years, when you go to renew this, and part of the renewal process is to evaluate how you did on your homework, basically. Which of these actions were you able to complete? Which ones are you partway through? Why did it work? Why didn't it? We wanted to make sure these things that were already planned for, the town sort of gets to show credit for it.
Makes sense. Ms. Braga?
And just in the fact that you prioritize, so some immediately, some going out to 5 years, presumably that's so that if the town is using this as a resource, it can be, which I think is what Sue was sort of speaking to, is that the town can build that into their long-term, fiscal policy, is looking at some of those larger
That would be the
projects
goal. I
and-
mean, some of them are large, and maybe you can't do them in 5 years, but it's a good goal.
Right.
And so you start the process, you start the planning, and if at the end of the 5 years you haven't done that one yet, if you've had some steps in place, it's not gonna not get approved the next time. You just kind of have to show what you're doing. But that is the goal. I mean, to look at the ones that are high priority, immediate, and target those first. And the ones that are low priority, 5 years, just put them on the back burner until you check off some of the other ones, or until they become part of a bigger project, or just something that you can tag on to something that you're doing. Just because they're low priority, if they're easy to do at a point, doesn't mean you don't do them. Some things that are high priority just are too expensive to do right away, so, yeah.
Ms. Passson?
Yeah, I wanted to first commend Elise for this very thorough job. I mean, this is 10 times the report that we first submitted, maybe even a lot more than that when you look at the level of data that's included in here. And I really think it's an admirable piece of work. I know we started off looking at the Provincetown model because theirs did get accepted by FEMA, so we had at least one document that did get through FEMA's review, so we had that as a reference at any rate. But I think this document actually goes well beyond it, and perhaps it's because we have so much more coastline to be concerned about, and probably far more risk areas that had to be included in this report. So my thank you for all the work that you put into it. I think the other thing I wanted to mention is that this is actually the first requirement for the town actually participating in the community rating system that FEMA offers. Anybody that has to buy flood insurance, has an opportunity for a discount on their insurance premiums if we can meet a certain number of minimum requirements. And it's scaled from 1 to 10. We can get as much as 15, a score of 15, I think.
I think it's 10.
10,
It's okay.
10. We're limited by some of the state regulations, which sort of cap us off at this point. But I know that Shannon Jarbo, who's the Cooperative Extension Service for Barnstable County, is working on trying to get past these, and she is literally a national expert in this program. But this at least will be the first requirement out of the way for us to begin to qualify for savings for our various flood insurance ratepayers here in town, which there are quite a few. I just wanted to mention that. So this is a starting step, and I think the other thing is to recognize that, we can kick the can down the road just as far as we want, but ultimately, if we can take some preparation, we're going to minimize damage and cost, and we need to be looking at it. Some of it's inevitable. You can't control Mother Nature. She's got such huge amounts of energy at her disposal, unpredictably, but I think the mantra that says, fail to plan, plan to fail, and I know it's not a binary kind of thing, but at least in terms of mitigating, which is the subject of this report, what we can do to try to anticipate the damage, and to the extent that we can mitigate it, that's what we need to do. And the other thing is to prepare to respond to it. And I think in many cases, that's the inevitable part, is being prepared to respond to these storm damages that come along.
Well, we're not going to kick the can too far. We have the vote on a very near upcoming agenda. Terrific presentation.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Great. Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the Water and Wastewater Monthly Report and Upper Cape Regional Transfer Station Board Report by Ray Jack.
Pardon me, Madam Chair, you have Mike Marcelli.
Oh, sorry about that, I misspoke. Mike, sorry, Jess was making you a little nervous. Sorry about that, skipped one.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Great.
Michael Borselli, Falmouth Engineering, and I'm joined tonight by Seth Wilkinson of Wilkinson Environmental Consulting. I'm sorry, Wilkinson Ecological Design. I'm getting my companies
You
mixed
won't
up.
be using the screen, right?
No, we won't be using it, no.
This is 66 Toledo?
Yes. The timing's perfect on the agenda for us to be talking now.
Yes. It really
I'd like to
is.
Appreciate whoever prepared the agenda. I have a couple of sheets to pass out, just for just general information.
This is the same sheet that was in the package, right?
I think it
Blown
should
up.
be, yes.
Thank you.
More detail, thank you, Mike.
Seth and I are here tonight because we have a client at 66 Toledo Street who's very concerned about some of the things you were just talking about, namely erosion of the waterfront in the area at the far east end of Toledo and across the street from what's known as Great Bay Street. The coastal bank in that area has shown significant signs of erosion, and the property owners directly adjacent to it have become concerned, as some other property owners had become concerned further south and on the same water body, Gray Pond, in the area of Brockton and Boston Street. If you may remember, I think it was 2 years ago now, we came before you with a similar project. In fact, that's what sort of got the folks here interested. We had come before you to talk about and we received support from you to advance a permitting process to stabilize the coastal bank down there. This is the same type of project. It's a soft armoring option. And the real reason we're here tonight is not to get permission to do the project, but to get permission to advance a permitting process through first the Conservation Commission. We're proposing to do some work on land owned by the town of Falmouth. And similar to the property across from the Curry family at Brockton and Boston Street, this land is owned by the town, and we can't even advance design plans and applications to gain permission from conservation until we get support from you folks. If you did give us support to advance an application, we would go to the Conservation Commission, hopefully get permission to do the stabilization, and then ultimately come back with the permits and obtain a license from you to actually perform the work. So we're just here to give you a brief overview and maybe remind you of the similar projects. Seth's the expert on the design. We met with Jim McLaughlin about 2 months ago just to walk the site and talk about what we wanted to do. We first visited the other site, which was that other site was actually constructed and it seems to be a success. So we think we're on the right track. So we hope that you'll allow us to go forward with the permitting. I'm going to have Seth just present to you the general concept, and then we're both here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mike. For the record, Seth Wilkinson Ecological, and we were the contracting firm which constructed the fiber array at 263, in front of 263 Great Bay Street. I believe it was in August of this past year, with both permission from this board as well as the Conservation Commission. Essentially, the project involves the use of biodegradable coconut fiber, which is sort of pressed into a mesh bag, cylindrical bag, about 10 feet long, about 18 to 20 inches in diameter, tubular. Plants are then inserted in the upper fiber rolls, actually before installation, and then they're anchored to the slope with just simple duckbill anchors. Have a little 7-inch duckbill friction anchor, earth anchor, which goes into the ground and effectively holds them in place. And the idea with this type of bioengineering approach is you're just trying to, in a very dynamic area, we know the coastline's dynamic, it moves, subject to storm energy and other wave energy. So the plants need time to root into the embankment and try to hold the embankment. And this is proven, we've been doing this for about 18 years now, and it's proved to be an effective way without incorporating sort of a traditional bricks and mortar approach of a rock revetment or a bulkhead to hold the embankment in place in estuaries such as this. And it does require some maintenance, which is essentially just making sure the anchors and the cables stay tightened on an annual basis, stay tight rather, and a light covering of sand is placed over the fiber roll array, which is helpful because that will migrate off the array, but it generally migrates onto the beach area, so maintains beaches in front of the banks, because if they can work too well. They cut off that sediment source of the bank, you can be at the expense of the beach. We don't want that to happen either. So the idea is you put the sand on the face, storms take it off the face of the toe of the bank and onto the beach, and you protect that sort of natural processes. That's a protected interest of coastal banks under the Wetlands Protection Act and the local bylaw. So if good track record of successful projects, the project you allowed at 263 Great Bay and surrounding environs, that'll be planted this spring, was installed late in the fall. We don't tend to add the plants when we're doing a late summer, early fall installation. We wait until the following growing season, which is almost upon us, and so we're looking forward to planting that. I do have some pictures if you'd like to see them, but I also can understand if you don't want to get too far into the design at this preliminary phase. Happy to answer any questions.
So quick question, compared to 263, would you say this is more or less sloped?
The actual slope angle is probably slightly steeper, but the biggest difference is in height. So the height of the road, for example, the old roadbed, would be considerably higher at this site than it is down at the 263 end.
Okay, so it's sort of a bigger project in that regard. And would that mean that your expectation would be that there would be more sand going onto the beach or potentially into adjacent parcels?
Good questions. Let me just break it into a couple of pieces. So so it's sometimes referred to as soft armoring or the toe protection. That is based on the sort of modeled wave energy and the flood zone and factors like fetch, which affect how big waves can get. This is a relatively protected estuary. It can certainly surge and water levels can come up, but there's just not the large expanses that tall waves can build up on. So we tend to steepen these up a little bit so that we don't have to go as far back into the slope. That would also be the case here. So it would be likely be a steeper slope. Those types of details we typically work out with conservation as well. But because we're looking to set the toe protection based on those dynamics, they're not going to be too much different in different parts of Great Bay. So the height of the fiber roll array, for example, would likely be the same. But then there's the land above the array, and that's what there's more of. And actually the technique for stabilizing that is the same as well. When you get to the top fiber roll array, you then place a completely biodegradable blanket over the slope, which would probably be at a 1-to-1 slope as well. And then you put a native seed blend underneath it and then plant small maritime shrubs through the blankets. after the grasses have had a chance to get established. So when you're done with construction, shouldn't be any appreciable difference between one and the other. It's just that there's just more slope to stabilize above the array, if that answers your question.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sam?
Yeah. I know that you proposed a similar kind of a project to the Conservation Commission, and there you expected the beach to erode, and you recognize the need to keep that toe section of this array covered with sand. Is it your expectation that there will have to be beach nourishment to maintain this soft armoring, if you will?
Well, technically we call it bank nourishment because the sand would be placed on the bank rather than the beach, just a subtle difference. And yes, and the owner, which is proposing this, is comfortable committing to that ongoing maintenance as well as the initial construction costs. It's really in their best interest to maintain this, because the better you maintain it, the longer it will last, and with good maintenance, we believe these could last decades. If not, however, and we always have to think about that, especially in a regulatory context, people move away, all kinds of things can happen. And the beauty there is if you don't maintain it, it degrades, it breaks down, and it goes back probably to the condition that you're seeing now. So worst case scenario, I don't think, if all maintenance ceased in 5 years, which we have no expectation that will happen, but if it did, it sort of reverts back to nature, which is beneficial.
Anyone else?
Just think we're very lucky to have someone who's willing to assist us and do this work. Public.
Sure. Just a moment.
Maybe
Yep.
one more comment.
Sure.
I think this kind of approach may be applicable in some other areas where the town owns the property and we're interested in protecting the town's infrastructure. I'm thinking the Trunk River area there along the bike path, where we recognize that, what we're doing is providing a soft barrier, knowing full well we're going to have to do beach nourishment to keep a buffer for future storm activity that might occur. But I think this approach actually has some merit to look at in terms of other areas of risk in the town, knowing that it's not a one-and-done situation, but at least it provides us with a buffer protection for coastal resiliency purposes.
Mark, did you, or, go ahead, sir.
Speak from here?
No,
can't,
the microphone,
sorry.
please. Yeah. Thank you, and just introduce yourself.
Larry Backman, Precinct 3. I live on Reynolds Street, one street down from Toledo. So this is a good thing. I've been on Reynolds Street for 15 years now, and I've watched erosion chip away at Toledo and even worse at Reynolds. My concern is that if we start armoring parts of this east-facing side of the pond, what happened to the parts that aren't protected? And I speak specifically to Reynolds, which has some serious erosion problems, but there's other parts of Great Bay, which is a town road, which some of you may or may not be aware was blocked off 5 or 6 years ago because a number of property owners, self-included, got together because trucks were driving up and down that road, and it was very close to losing some of those roads. So I'm thrilled to see this happening because it's going to help me, but I think you as town selectmen have to take a look at this whole stretch of Great Bay Road, which is a mile long, especially having listened to the FEMA presentation a few minutes ago where you talk about losing East Falmouth at 4 or 5 feet a year. Well, I can tell you we're losing Reynolds Street at 4 or 5 feet a year because I've been watching. Thank you.
It is an apropos discussion. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, sir?
My name is John Francis, and I live on Great Bay Road, Great Bay Street, and I echo exactly what that gentleman before me was saying. We're very concerned at the end of Hiawatha Street that we have the same type of erosion happening, and we're losing 4 feet a year, perhaps. So this type of approach to at least controlling it is something we're very interested in, and hopefully that the selectmen will be able to assist us in that effort.
Thank you. Okay. What's the board's pleasure?
I move approval. I know it's just kind of a preliminary step. There's still a lot of hoops to be jumped through, but I think that it sounds like it needs to move forward to the next step.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
I might
Mr.
say-
Vasselli?
No.
Did you need anything? Okay, go ahead, Sam.
Just in closing, I think we need to look at these as sort of experiments that the town could watch and see whether these remedies actually work and whether there are any collateral damage to other properties as a result of this. I think that's a valid point. But if we don't try anything, we're never going to be the smarter. And so I think it would be interesting to watch the few projects that we have going on in town. And I know that Wilkinson Ecological has actually done a pretty good job of tracking their work in the past, and I appreciate the fact that they're the contractor that is likely to implement this and will be keeping records to share with all of us.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Gladfelder?
Betsy Gladfelder, Conservation Commission. Apropos of that comment, Jen was contacting 3 or 4 of the people who are doing restoration projects, including Seth today, to set up a future conservation meeting where they're going to come in and show the Conservation Commission and anyone else who would like to see how their projects have been coming along. So there's been a lot of interesting restoration activity in the last 4 or 5 years. And we occasionally see it if we go out to another site near there, but it'll give us an opportunity to look at it all at once.
That's great.
Great to know.
And
Yes?
and hopefully, the new committee, and I'm totally blanking on the name, that we've just created, that was the Coastal Resiliency
Working
Right.
Group.
Yes.
Action Committee.
Action
Action,
Committee.
excuse me.
Right.
For those who don't know, that is going to be an action-based committee to look at exactly this question. How does the town kind of try to be proactive, and which steps do we put in place? And it's part of this whole piece where I think we're seeing a shift of the town really taking a hard look at not just what the risks are, but what are the actions that we're going to take to mitigate going forward. So hopefully those members will be invited and partake in that meeting as well, because that's right, I think, in line with their charge. It's great.
Terrific. Did we take that vote?
Yes.
Yes, we did, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ray, not kidding this time.
Getting good at that, huh?
I didn't bother.
You hit escape.
You can hit escape, but you can't.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good evening. I will
Evening.
try to be brief. I realize you have a very busy schedule this evening, and this month's report is actually relatively short. So we'll start with Little Pond. Original contract was $20.4 million. We're at $21.6 million as of February, 87% complete financially and time-wise. But in reality, we're on the final paving now. All the construction itself, the underground construction is complete. Contractor's value is $18.8 million. Final completion here says June, but all of the paving, as you're going to see this evening, will be done within the next several weeks before June. Potential change orders on the project, this is really just a placeholder of $50,000. We're going to have a couple of change orders that'll finalize all the costs and credits and what have you. As a matter of fact, just on the $18.812 million, that was $18.85 last month. But as I also showed you last month, the adjusted contract value went down by $38,000. It's just that the payment to the contractor hadn't caught up, so it catches up on this particular month. Cash flow, we're right here. And as you can see, with this shows that there's actually 5 months left remaining on the contract, which will carry it through to July, all the way to the end of June. But we're really going to be done right about in here. Of course, the important thing on this slide is that these lines stay relatively close together and they don't spread apart. So where we are, we actually have a couple pictures this time. The picture up on the right is Mara Vista that was milled last week. This is the Alphonse Street lift station. There's another photo in a minute on the mall lift station. So this is all about paving from the 20th to the 24th, and essentially to the 31st is going to be the milling and pulverizing operation. Mara Vista itself and some of the side roads were milled last week. The remaining side roads are going to be done this week. Then next week they'll be installing the binder, specifically on Mara Vista. The road will be closed to general traffic during the binder installation, but we will make it available for school buses. Then the striping would go on, or the top would go on the following week, which will be April 10th. The striping goes on after that weekend, because the 21st is Friday. So then Route 28, there's work to be done out there where the force main was installed on Main Street, and that's roughly from Dillingham down to Scranton Avenue. So there were two trenches there. One was the gas main trench and the sewer main trench. Well, our contractor's obligation is to come in and redo the trench in order to prep for a full mill and overlay of that entire area. So then the gas company, through Lawrence Lynch, I believe, is the contractor, will be coming right on the heels of that, taking the project from the limits of the work where the intersection work was done, and then taking it west through Friendly's down to Scranton will be a full mill and overlay for that area. But then from Scranton down to Lantern Lane will just be the northbound lane, because that was a much smaller trench and had much less disruption. Plus, it didn't have any sewer work done on that. But that work will be coordinated through the gas company. So by May 5th, at least for this contract, all of the work will be completed on this contract, and then we can start finalizing everything. So it's actually going very well. Yes.
You're talking about a water main replacement on Main Street, I think. Is this going to dovetail into that as well? That you were talking about the partial overlay of Main Street, East Main Street.
Right. The water main was installed through the intersection work. We did put the 16-inch town funded, and we put the 16-inch main in for the full limit of the work for the intersection at Jones Road. So that part of the water main is done. So we don't have to go back into the intersection. In a perfect world, I wouldn't have wanted to do full width paving at this time from the limit of the work at the Admiralty out to the school administration building, but the state mandated it. In a similar fashion, they're mandating the full width on this area of road as well. So we're currently going to be designing the water main along with the Main Street improvements. Then we'll be proceeding with that by late next year. So yes, there will be a water main going through that paved area, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Mara Vista after it was milled. Some of the work is going to take a little bit longer too, because there's a lot of castings that have to be adjusted in order for the paving. This is the lift station at the mall with the fencing complete around it. And that was it for Little Pond. And we currently have 277 permits out that are approved. 198 connections were made, 114 were gravity, and the remainder were low pressure. And then for the next phase, which is the Mara Vista area, I believe we'll be allowing connection applications to start next month?
We'll be sending out a letter next month, yeah.
Yeah, next month.
For the entire rest of the service area.
Right.
Great.
Okay.
You might want to repeat that, because I'm not sure people at home would have heard Amy.
Okay, the current permitting process is open for the Falmouth Heights area, and I think that most of the residents in Falmouth Heights are aware of that. But for the second part of the project, which was Mara Vista as a whole, the peninsula area, as well as certain areas of Main Street, then the permitting will be available next month for that. So they'll be able to get their permits for that.
Great.
Okay. So for Long Pond, the original construction contract was 40.9. We just went over that value this past month at 41. 6.0, so the project is 95% complete. Contractors paid out $39 million. Now, the completion date here is listed as May. What we are going to do is extend the contract date by a month. It's a no-cost extension to the contractor, and I'll show you one of the reasons why. There were a couple of reasons, but the biggest reason had to do with the clear wells and being able to put the membrane cover the clear wells, and then do tracer studies. We weren't able to do that because of weather conditions in the last couple of months, so it set a couple of things back. Potential change orders, $315,000, the largest of which would be the demolition of the 1 million gallon chlorine contact tank at the old facility. After the new facility comes online, we have some demolition work that has to be done to decommission the old facility and completely take it offline. The buildings themselves will remain. We have a fair amount of underground piping work to do, and then the 1 million gallon contact tank, that will be demolished under this.
Madam Chair, could I just raise one issue
Please.
for Mr. Jack to clarify? Original construction contract, as noted, and the adjusted contract are at variance, but with Ray's help, I just want to clarify, the original budgeted amount included a contingency. So there were change orders anticipated in a project of this size and complexity. So I want to underscore that we are not over budget on this project. We are merely moving into the area of fully anticipated contingency, which is a part of any complex project like that. So I wanted Ray to be able to confirm that, if you would, Ray.
I bet the next graph shows that. Does it
Yes.
show those things? Yeah.
Yes, the project was funded at $46.5 million at town meeting, so that's really the project budget, $46.5 million. Now, out of that comes all contract costs, all right? So this is the construction contract. We have the engineering contract, which is just a fraction of this, and then we'll have some miscellaneous items that had to be paid outside of either of those. So the combined total then will be what the project is, but either way, this project is coming in well under the budgeted amount. And as far as contingency, we usually, on a project like this, we usually carry 5%, so that'll put it somewhere in a range of about $2 million. So we're just now hitting the original project value, because we started out with change order number 1 was a credit of over $900,000. So that's what we've been working off of up until this time.
So just, did you always intend for Methuen to do the demolition of the chlorine tanks?
We did, but we wanted to wait until we were at this point in the contract, until we effected the change order for that, because we wanted to make sure that, just in case, all right, there was going to be plenty of money in order to be able to facilitate that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Believe it or not, the other item that we were able to get a very good value on was the firing range remediation, because we were able to accomplish that, so that's all done, taken care of, and we don't have to have a 5-year remediation plan on that.
Could you tell a little bit about what that entailed? Is that some sort of a membrane cap, or how did you?
For the plant, you're
for the
talking about?
firing range.
That was removal.
Oh.
Removal, yes. We physically removed the sand and the bullets, the lead that was out there. It got strained out, screened out, so it got taken to a disposal area, and some of the soils got taken to a disposal area.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So cash flow, once again, it's important to see that the lines are staying close together, and we are right here on the red line. So original contract value was 40.9, and we're right now at just 41. So we're finishing up the project, the SCADA system, and that screen, that shot right there on the upper right, that is a screenshot of the SCADA system. Now this one here in particular just happens to be a process flow diagram. So it starts out here at the raw water pump station, and then the pipe comes in, and it's showing you the various treatment components graphically, and then you have the clear well all the way over here on the end. So that's just one example of what a SCADA graphic system looks like. There are multiple screens for just about every process that we have. The chemical systems are complete. The filters, the media was installed. They were disinfected and tested. The DAF tanks are complete. The lagoons were complete. Ozone, they still have some mechanical work to complete in there. The process equipment testing is ongoing, as is the painting and the tile and the floors, but they're just about done with all of the above. This right here was one of the reasons for the extension. The waterproofing on the clear well, the membrane had to be installed on top of that 800,000 gallon tank as well as the backwash tanks. Then it gets 6 inches of gravel and 6 inches of topsoil on top of that. But this, the tracer study, had to wait until the clear well was waterproof. The tracer study, we did 2 studies, actually 3. One on each of the 2 tanks for the clear well, they're 400,000 gallons each, and then the other one was for the ozone contact tanks. But the purpose of a tracer study is to take sodium fluoride and you push it into the system until it stabilizes. Then you have a series of calculations that the engineers have to do in order to determine what our contact time is going to be for a chemical. When you put a chemical into a process, specifically for the clear wells, it would be disinfection. You're putting in a specified amount of chemical and a specified volume of water, and there has to be a specified minimum amount of time for a reaction, chemical reaction to occur. So that's the purpose of the tracer studies, and we did it for the clear well as well as the ozone tanks. Then, of course, we have the staff training and inspections are ongoing. The other photo on the right here is one of the filters after it was disinfected. This is the plant now. As you can see, at least most of the construction type activity is done in the main building there. And this shot here, I had a panoramic lens on my camera. It's not as though the building roof or ceiling was curved like that. I was just trying to get it all in one shot. This is the basement level for the DAV saturators, the 2 stainless cylinders that you see here. Take compressed air and recycled water, and they aerate the water and then put it back at the head of the DAF unit, which creates like micro bubbles of air that allows material to float to the surface. This is the training room in the corner of the 2nd floor, and this is just another shot of that same area. This is the laboratory area. So the one on the upper left shows the fume hood, this device right here, and then you have all the counter space all around it and the storage space. That's for plant process testing, which will happen all day long, every day, for various processes of the plant. This is the effluent piping coming out of the filters. These are the high service pumps, which are the gray items up here are actually the motors. Then you have a volute column here. There's a shaft that goes down into the clear well tanks in the pump chamber, and that's where the actual pump is. So we call these pumps, but you're actually looking at motors up here. The pumps are already submerged below grade. But these are the ones that are going to deliver water from the clear well out into the water system. And these are the backwash pumps, and once again, this is just the piping for it. The actual motor is back here, these 2 gray motors that you see, and once again they have a shaft that goes down and you have pumps down in the backwash tanks. But those are used for cleaning the filters. You reverse the flow of the filter, bring the water up from the bottom instead of putting it in from the top, and then you take the residual water away.
So of those 3 pumps, how many work at one time?
It could be one and or all of them. And they also have VFDs. So unlike a conventional pump, like if you just had a switch fan in here, you turn it on, it's got 1 speed or 2 speeds, and that's all it will do. These will adjust flow based on demand. Mm-hmm. So they actually go up and down. They ramp themselves up and down. The computer controls them for that. Mm-hmm. So they're much more energy efficient as a result. They don't just come on and run at 3,600 RPM.
So the one reaches the maximum and kicks on the next one?
Exactly. They're programmed to run sequentially depending on what the demand is.
Thanks.
So this is the membrane that was going on top of the clear well that held things up. So the membrane did get installed. This is the approximately 6-inch layer of sand/gravel. And on the right side over here, as well as on the left side over here, you can see some of the topsoil that's getting ready to be spread over those tanks. This is the control room. So the main entrance to the building will be through these windows that you see here, lead out to the main entrance into the building so that the operators can always see who would be coming in. And of course, it will be controlled access anyway. So this is their actual control station. The picture on the bottom left here is what another one of the SCADA screens would look like. So as you can see, they're very graphic, and you can see even levels in here. So you see the blue water on a filter or a process is showing you graphically exactly how much water is physically in a tank or in a process. And then over here is just the other side to show you the computers for the SCADA system. And then this is the restroom or locker area for the men's room, and the ladies' room is similar but green. And that was it.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good progress.
Thank you. Oh, right. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
And now for round two.
The Upper Cape Regional Transfer Station Board Report.
Yes. As you know, the facility ceased operations on January 1st of 2015, so it has been down for a little over 2 years now. Even prior to the facility ceasing operations, the Upper Cape towns collectively had determined that they wanted to maintain that facility for the future availability of Upper Cape towns. It's an 18, almost a 19-acre site. Has a large building on there for processing solid waste, has a scale component already up there. It is physically located on the base in the sandwich area, if you will. The access road is through Falmouth. And that becomes, I think, somewhat important for our board here, in that whatever determinations would be made for any interim or future use of that facility, that any of the traffic impacts are going to be borne by Falmouth specifically. Because the only access to the base for that purpose would be down 151 and then up Sandwich Road into the gate on that area. So as part of that, for any interim use, which is what the Board of Managers has been looking at over the last couple of years, in order to keep the facility active, keep the permits and the agreements in place, there is a intermunicipal agreement with the Upper Cape towns that will expire June 30th, I believe, of next year. Then there is a DEP permit for the facility. It's a solid waste facility, which is very difficult to obtain, so it's in everyone's best interest that we maintain that permit viability. Then there is a consent agreement with the base that allows the Upper Cape towns to control that 18/19 acre site. So in order to keep all of that viable, even though each town has independently gone on its own for solid waste disposal, then these uses that we're talking about would be interim uses. So an RFP went out, was received last week. We did evaluations on the respondents. There were 4. 3 of them have to do with solid waste, C&D, well, municipal solid waste, which is generally trash, C&D, which is construction demolition debris, and/or some form of recyclables for 3 of the respondents. The last respondent was a salt supply company, so that they would bring salt in on a rail and be able to use the facility as a repository for the salt for not only the Upper Cape towns, but the Cape as a whole. I think that that's a very important ancillary use of the facility. A couple of years ago, when we had the massive snowfalls, it's not as though the salt wasn't in the state. The salt was. It was sitting up in Chelsea, but we couldn't get to it, and it couldn't get to us. All the trucks were being consumed moving snow, specifically in and around Boston. So there was over a 2-week delay in receiving shipments, and even then they were trickle-down shipments. Having salt physically present on the Cape at that geographic area is absolutely huge as far as a public safety benefit. So that is a proposal that was brought in. One of the other benefits of that as well would be that it's a co-use, a cohabitation use, meaning you could have one of the other uses in a solid waste fashion along with this as being a cohabitation type of use. So the board members are looking at that specifically. No decisions would be reached until the individual members of the boards will be bringing the proposed recommendation back to each of the respective boards of selectmen. And I had mentioned that a number of times over the last couple of years, and all of the board members have agreed with that, because depending on what those types of uses are, could have differing impacts on different communities. And I think specifically for us, one of the things that the board may be concerned about is that traffic, as to what those traffic impacts may be. So no decision is going to be made by the board independent of any of the other boards of selectmen for the Upper Cape towns. All right, I will be bringing it back to you to give you a full explanation of what the options are, what the board had considered, what their recommendations are going to be, and then each town will have the ability to weigh in on that. We do not have a weighted vote on that board. Each town has a single vote. All right, so it is not a proportionate vote, if you will. So that's kind of where we are at the present.
Ray, do you know how long we can expect to be able to take our solid waste to the Bourne landfill? I know these things have limits.
Yes.
What's the life expectancy for us to get this lower rate and then come to a point where we may have to decide what alternative disposal that we actually have to go to?
We got an excellent rate under a 10-year agreement with the Bourne landfill. We're in our third year of that agreement. I know 7 years may seem like a long time, but unfortunately it flies, okay? It's going to go by quickly. But we would have to have a plan of attack even before a 7-year period would be up. We would have to be thinking about that. I'm a realist. It is a landfill, an operating landfill. Much of their airspace was taken up by CMAS for ash disposal from the facility. So they have relatively little marketable airspace, if you will, and we had taken a piece of that. So what their future is as an operating landfill is really anybody's guess. I think they do a very good job over there, but the stroke of a pen in Boston or DC can change anything. And when it comes to landfills, their lifespans are finite, if you will. So I can't say we have something guaranteed for 10 years, but even if we didn't, we do have an alternative, but that alternative would really be CMAS for the most part. Each of the towns went their own separate way when the facility ceased operations. So I would expect, though, that in the foreseeable future, that they would be, the towns would be, once again, looking to combine those resources at this facility in order to effect combined disposal.
So did I hear you correctly that they will be able to handle both C&D and municipal trash?
Possibly. That's what, the proposals are relatively thin on what the actual type of work they're going to be doing, because it's currently permitted specifically as an MSW facility or trash facility. C&D is a separate type of issue. We don't believe there would necessarily be a problem with permitting, but it would have to be specifically permitted. And if it was going to go recyclables, same thing would have to happen there.
And does the construction and demolition, does that go to CMAS also, or is it just trash?
No, CMAS is trash, doesn't take the C&D.
Okay. And so you had a proposal for construction demolition from one person, is that, did I understand that?
Well, unfortunately, with the process, the way that the RFP went out, until the evaluations are complete, then there's no public disclosure of any of the merit of the particular proposal, so I can give you the general type of information, but not the specific type of information, but that'll all be made available after the fact.
So does it seem like it's viable for these people now to operate this facility? And if they do, will they use the train to send everything to CMAS?
All of the, if I'm not mistaken, all of the proposals had a rail component, yes. Yes. And I know the discussions that there have been recently in articles in the paper and everything about the rail-to-trail options and what have you. I can tell you that the board unanimously had agreed with a rail with trail option because the board had been presented information a few months ago through the Cape Cod Commission on that. And the rail option by taking up the rails is $9 million and change. The outside option, which would have been a rail with trail, but utilizing bridge crossings, would have been a $25 million option. But there was a third middle option, which was $14.6 million. So it's an extra $5 million for the rail with trail that preserves the interests of both. I know that a lot of people are concerned about the RFP process. This is only an interim process. That contract is going to be a limited period of time. It'll be 5 years. And beyond that, what we're really looking at is the Upper Cape towns. It's just that rather than let the facility sit idle and lose all of its permitting over that period of time until such time as the towns may want to use it again, that's why we're looking at the interim option, is basically keeping the facility busy, if you will, in order to maintain it for the future use. It's not easy to get 18 acres of land on the base. If we tried to do it tomorrow, we'd have a difficult time, believe me. So I never like to see something that we already have go away.
And we'll always have trash.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the Cape is an island. I mean, we are an island, so it is certainly something to be protective of. Any other questions by the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Okay, we'll take questions from the public.
Sure. Patty,
Okay.
go to the mic if you would.
Yes.
Thanks.
Wait, Ray?
Ray,
don't go
we do
yet.
have
There
a,
may
we do
be a
have a
question.
question here. Thank you. Good
Sorry, I
catch.
didn't mean to
Good
yell.
catch.
He opened the door for me tonight, and I said, "Do you really want to open the door for me?"
You mean chivalry, right?
Yes, it was very nice. I am Pat Johnson, and I live in North Falmouth, and I have a long-term interest in this rail connection, mainly because my father was the principal engineer, the civil engineer who designed and built that rail connection to North Falmouth in just the very beginning of World War II. So that's my history. But there are some other issues that Ray didn't mention. The decision on the rail is not up to the board. The rail is a more complicated issue of who owns it, who can give the permission to use it, and it ultimately, as far as I can gather from everything I've read, is the military probably has the ultimate word on it, and it's some things I have read, they are trying to drop all the responsibility for the rail connection. So it is, and I think Ray will agree, and I went to the hearing, or the meeting last week where they actually opened up the contracts, and they didn't open them up. They already had looked at them, and they just sat around and talked about and rated the various contracts. And all the people who submitted their proposals realized that the rail is not a automatic answer, that they can use it. They all recognize that. I think you'd agree to that. Yes. And so I think people should know that to begin with. The other thing I think that you have to look at is one of their major purposes in this is to evaluate most public interest in making the decision on who to pick. I mean, what is the biggest benefit? And there are a lot of people who feel the biggest benefit is to really look at the option of a rail trail from, basically from Mashpee all the way through North Falmouth and up to the bridge, that the public benefit for that is tremendous. And, we can weigh lots of pros and cons, and we do have the example of a rail beside the trail in North Falmouth. But when you get to looking at Bourne, there are areas in Bourne where the rail cannot be, a trail cannot be beside the rail because there's water right up to the existing mound that the rail is on. The only really, you can definitely build without a lot of problems from North Falmouth to Pocasset. It's a much more possible putting it to the side. There's one section there that would be quite difficult, and but other than that, when you get from Pocasset and you're going all the way to the bridge, it is practically impossible unless you go center line. And people will tell you the 10 years that we tried to get the rail trail extended from Falmouth to North Falmouth, it was delayed until somebody really said, you can only go up the center line, because we never would have been able to go through Sippowisset Marsh. It just doesn't work. Environmentally, there's just nothing. You can't do it. So we have to make some kind of looking ahead, both for the purposes of the future trash. That's part of this whole picture, the trash. And maybe it's looking at it, should we take it away from the sensitive water areas that the train track is on now and do some kind of thing up through where we publicly own the entire, Massachusetts owns Otis Air Force Base. We've leased it out, but the state of Massachusetts owns it. There is a possible way that you could put another, if you had to, build another rail that's really quick with not a lot of bridges and stuff right up, we own right on across the south side connector, right into the rail that exists there. It's a straight shot. Or you could truck them up to a transfer station that's up there, rather than using a very antiquated old, both link and the tracks that need so much work between North Falmouth and up. I mean, you can think about a lot of things. And so I'm standing here saying to you, I really would like to see no contract issued by the Upper Cape Transfer Station for just a little while. They do not have to issue a contract to somebody with the RFPs that they've received. They do not have to. They said that last week, right at the meeting. They do not have to. Give us a little breathing time to work through some of these other options. Don't get another, like whatever you call, in the mess, when we can, just with some extra time, be able to get some of these answers. And that ties into this feasibility study that I would like to have on the agenda so we can talk about the feasibility options that are available that have come through at exactly the same time from the Cape Cod Commission. We need to sort of look at the bigger picture in both for trash. I mean, I don't want to get in trash up here. I don't have any skills in that. I just have, just to say how important to the public, for lots and lots of reasons, a good, safe rail trail through to the canal would be incredibly beneficial throughout, for many reasons, throughout this whole Upper Cape area. So I just said, that's just what I'm asking, is to look at not issuing a contract to anybody in this next phase they're in. They say on their documents that it's end of April or something. But I appreciate this opportunity, because the Upper Cape thing seems like it's just been out there. Nobody, including me, I never paid much attention to it. But I knew about it from the, because I was alive when my father did the contract building of that rail link. So, and it would be a great way to get to Mashpee. I mean, we even have nicknamed it, instead of the Bob Fitzpatrick connector, which is up here on going out Route 28 opposite the Goodwill Park. This one in the rail, in the trail group, the biking groups, we're calling the Kevin Lynch Connector, because Kevin Lynch has been involved in the bicycling work in Falmouth since the early 80s. So that's what we call it. So that's just my comments, and thanks for listening to me, and thank Ray for coming here and talking about it.
Patty, I have a question for you. Have you spoken to the town manager about a potential survey, or is this something a survey that the Cape Cod Commission is already undergoing? I know there is one, but I don't know if it's that area. Feasibility study, right.
Yes, that was issued the 15th of February, and they gave us, they were supposedly 1 month to make comments. And the planning board hasn't discussed any of the details of the feasibility study. They just told them to send, for Brian Curry directed to say to continue the survey. Basically, that's it. But we need a public discussion here, so by the Cape Cod Commission about what their feasibility study represented. I went to the one where the Bourne Selectmen were presented just, a short thing about the values of recreational trails and for a discussion about the Upper Cape Regional Transfer Station. And that was very valuable, and it was very interesting, the different perspectives the selectmen had. And that was in February, sometime in February.
Thank you.
And they've delayed another discussion up there till April, till the actual final, quote-unquote, feasibility study will be issued by the Cape Cod Commission. But they haven't gotten, I don't think they've actually issued a final, but the draft is what the final is going to be with maybe very minor changes.
Thank you.
So we do need to have it as it, we've been trying to get it actually on the agenda, and I think it got bumped for last week's meeting.
Yeah, I think so, because it was a shortened meeting
So,
without the
Megan-
full board, so.
Right.
So
I know
would-
it's on the
I
radar.
wish it could be on the 10th of April. That's
Okay,
what
so
we're
it is a
trying to-
request for an upcoming meeting. Mr. Suso?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I guess I should clarify, my understanding is the Cape Cod Commission will be coming back to this board at
Yes,
some time in the future, not in the next couple of weeks, to discuss specific design alternatives and their costs and
Yes.
the pros and cons. So I have reinforced that request to the commission, and they fully understand that, and that is to come at a time in the future, but not in the next couple of weeks. So they will be contacting us, and it will be discussed at the time that the Cape Cod Commission ordains that decision needs to be looked at further.
that is correct.
Mr. Patterson?
I want to know, are they looking at trash disposal options as part of this whole rewrite?
No.
Well, I mean,
They didn't,
my goodness.
yeah, I know.
That's a critical issue that has to be
Yes, it
addressed,
is.
and if anybody should be looking at it, it's the Cape Cod Commission,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
and they-
please, Ray,
Yeah, well,
raise the red flag on our part.
we've been trying to, and just the issue of, the wetlands. Their study is statistical and data information, which is very valuable. It's like how wide the right-of-way is. It's not a right-of-way, we own it. You have to be clear. We own it, the public. Rather than a right-of-way, which a lot of rails were built with right-of-ways, and that's another issue. But their feasibility study was data-driven. And they didn't go into trash.
Thank you, Ms. Braga.
I was just going to say, but it's just the first part of, they're going to continue the feasibility study. So that's why I think,
Yes.
as the town manager is stating, it's important to have,
Yes.
Patty obviously can give us a good update as she's done tonight, but we need the Cape Cod Commission to be here so that we
Yes.
can hear what they've done so far, and we can weigh in on some of the concerns, exactly what you're raising.
That's right.
For the next step, which is what the planning board expressed their support for. So,
That's correct.
you know, as soon as I think that the town has made it clear, we want that presentation, and
Yeah, and they, you know, the minute you ask them, they'll be here. I mean, that's what I heard.
we've asked,
Yes,
I
we've
think.
They're
asked.
not in a position to bring that decision to the board yet. This preliminary study was not intended to come to the Board of Selectmen. That is to come in the future, I'm told, when they look at actual design issues, actual costs, and implications for each community, which has not yet occurred.
Right.
But what's the scope of those implications? That's the question
At the
I'm
moment,
having.
it's too narrow. It needs to
It's
be
just
widened.
the bike path
Correct.
issue, question,
Yeah,
correct?
because there are many implications for Upper Cape towns that have yet to be looked at, and that should be within the charge of the Cape Cod Commission. We certainly agree. Heretofore, they've looked at one issue and not looked at the issues that this board has raised.
Mr. Jack?
The thing is, they've all just come together right at the same time.
Right.
You know, with the Upper Cape Transfer Station, the trash train lease coming up, and, you know, all these things are together, so we sort of needed,
Should be coordinated.
yes, it should be coordinated and looked at, and
Very good
that's
point.
just what I'm bringing to you. I'm just trying to reinforce some of these things that are out there.
Perfect, and I'm glad you stayed brave. You can
Yes, thank you,
comment.
Ray. Okay, go ahead. Oh, I know you opened the door for me and we both leave.
Ray, would you comment?
Thank you.
Thanks, Patty.
I do love hearing Ms. Johnson speak. She does it so well. The study was in its draft final form in December. Voluminous in that it's 200, let's say 30 pages long, of which only 39 pages is actually report. The rest of it's data acquisition on traffic counts and things of that nature. So where they're going now, though, there is no funding to proceed by them at this point. Theoretically, you would go from feasibility study to design. My suggestion would be feasibility study to alternatives analysis, because there were multiple alternatives identified in the feasibility study. And taking a good, close look, objectively, at what the cause and effect relationships of all those options that were identified in the feasibility study would likely be the best course of action for them to follow, do the alternatives analysis, because otherwise, what are you going to design for if there is no predetermined course of action to follow? So,
Let me just ask you a coordination question. In terms of the RFPs that are currently being reviewed, and this is the point I think that Patty zeroed in on, what is your view with respect to sort of chicken and egg? I mean, can there be a decision made on the RFP that is going to impede design questions with respect to center rail bike path issues? What's your understanding of the timing of both of these competing interests?
if it were to be a shared path, there isn't a competing interest.
By shared, you mean parallel?
Rail with trail.
Right,
Co-locate,
rail
yep.
with trail.
Yep.
That is that middle option. And that, as I said, it costs more. But given that, there is no competing interest. There will be a bike path and there will be a rail.
Even in Bourne, next to the canal, as
Yes.
Patty was talking about?
Yes. And for what it's worth, on our existing bike path, when it extended, the northernmost piece of that, 1,100 feet, is a shared use path. So if you want to see what one looks like, there it is. And there was a reason for that. That's where the spur goes off to the base. That's why. So that section was needed for that. So it was important enough even at that point to try to maintain that connection for whatever the future may be. MassDOT specifically has the jurisdiction over the railway system in the Commonwealth to begin with. Then, of course, there is a federal aspect of it because you're dealing with a military installation. So they have a strategic rail network, which was identified in the report as like 32,000 miles worth of rail, which that leg, that 6.5 miles from the bridge down to North Falmouth is part of that whole thing. So I think the RFP component, whatever happens with the rail option is going to be a fairly long time. It's not going to be something that's going to happen anytime soon. And I say that because even if there were to relinquish it, it would take years. But the ultimate decision isn't necessarily the town of Falmouth nor the town of Bourne. Those are the two communities where the rail is physically located. But there are Upper Cape aspects to it. There are Cape aspects to it as well, if that rail were eliminated. So I think there's a lot of discussion, a lot of analysis that would necessarily need to occur. And there is no funding source other than the TIP program, which is through the state under the MassDOT Capital Improvement Plan and the transportation bond bills that you may have heard about in the past. They get pushed out, that funding gets pushed out through metropolitan organizations. And the one for the Cape is the TIP program. So all of the Upper Cape communities depend on that money for road assistance, if you will. As a matter of fact, part of our bike path here was built under that. But at the same time, it's a very limited fund. It's only maybe $6 million a year. Even the minimum option for the ripping up the rail and putting a bike path in is over $9 million by itself. That is what the report is looking at as far as the funding option for this bike path. And that, too, would necessarily need to be discussed because as far as a Falmouth impact, Main Street, that's where we're going for the money, through that TIP program under the Transportation Bond Bill. We've been working on that program for years to do Main Street, but that's the same program. So then we would have two competing interests with this one, if that's the source of funding.
I thought there was other funding for the original bike path.
Oh, yeah.
There was.
Oh.
There was.
Okay.
But the bond paid part of it.
Okay.
I might just suggest in the future, and I know we have town meetings, so the agendas are full in the coming weeks, but this maybe it's something where, you know, if the board is able to review the feasibility study for those who haven't seen it yet, and if it feels right for the board to make, you know, a comment to the commission about, you know, the competing values that the town has. So the value for, you know, that we understand the economic, the recreational, the community value of a bike trail, but also listing the concerns that we're noting about, you know, the future of trash disposal. So I believe that Bourne may have made, or be in the process of making some comments about where the study's at so far. So just in terms of pushing the commission, or not pushing, but suggesting to the commission what some of the concerns of Falmouth may be going forward, it might be something we...
That makes sense. I have seen
Well,
some of those comments, Doug.
I believe the comment period is ended already.
It has, but I mean, they have no funding for the second part of their feasibility study. So I'm sure that they would read it in the, you know, in the interim. It's, you know, we're making a comment as to what this board sees as the value, and they can take that for what it's worth as they move to the next step.
And I also think it's instructive for the board to, you know, sort of organize thoughts and to get the public's view, just to have it as an item with the information that we have. Sam?
Yeah, well, I think it's important. They may see it as a separate need, but we have to raise that need with them because it isn't
That's
just
right.
Falmouth.
Mhm.
It's all the communities that have worked with that transfer station. You know, we're all going to be facing the same issue. What are we going to do with our solid waste? And how are we going to get it from our community to wherever it goes for the disposal site?
And keep the options
So
open.
Yeah, keep the
Yeah.
options open, but let's bring that to their attention and say, look, you can't just worry about rail trail. You got to worry about this as well, because it's not unique to Falmouth, you know.
Mhm. I have one more question. Is there language in the RFP that says that in the event that the rail is not available, that they'll be responsible to use trucks, or some language like that?
No, not specifically in the RFP.
Okay.
Any comment? Okay. I think we're good. Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Patty. Our next agenda item is a presentation on the Shining Sea Bikeway Southern Maintenance Improvement Plan, Stantec.
Sure. I actually have a little history with the railroad myself. My dad was injured during
We need to use the mic so
That way everyone can hear
so
you.
our viewing audience can hear you.
Yes. drive in case of anything.
That's good.
There you
Good to
go.
be prepared.
SSB, that looks right.
Yes?
There we go.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's John Hendricks, and I'm with Stan Tech. But just to say, my dad was injured during World War II, and back then, you know, he came into Boston, and they shipped the soldiers through the rail line down to the Cape to recuperate. So he spent a lot of time down here on that railroad. So again, my name is John Hendricks, and I'm with Stan Tech. With me today is Joe Rubino, and we're here to talk about the reconstruction of the Shining Sea Trail. So we'll do a quick welcome. We'll talk about the bikeway design and the next steps and questions. It shouldn't be as technical as the last presentation, when there's a lot more pictures. Oops. So the project team is the town of Falmouth. We're working closely with the town. We're working with the board, we're working with the engineering department, planning, conservation. There are a lot of people in this room today that were out at the sidewalk that we took a while ago. The Stantec design teams, Joe, myself, and another group back at the office. Surveying and mapping consultants did the survey along the corridor, and LEC Environmental Consultants is doing the permitting. So just as a quick overview, the trail is a little over 3 miles long. It goes from Woods Hole Terminal north to Locust Street, and the construction cost is around $1.5 million. This just shows the project location. On the bottom is Woods Hole, and up at the top phone, the dotted line is Locust Street. I'm sure you've all been on this trail. Now the bikeway design. So when this trail was originally designed and constructed, the design standard was 10 foot wide for these trails. Today, it is a 12 foot wide preferred alternative for the width of the trail. A 10 foot surface wide is typical if you want a minimum trail, but today it's 12 feet wide. And in the rare instances where you have an environmental concern, it's 8 feet. We have a trail up on the North Shore where there's landing turtles nesting on the side of the embankment, so they're limiting the width of the trail to 8 feet. That would be the type of restriction that you would have. So we broke the bike path up into 4 distinct sections based on the topography. The first section is at Woods Hole, and it's along the parking lot. We do not plan any reconstruction of the parking lot. We are going to do some crack seal pavement improvements, and we will add some pavement markings and signage, but we will not do any construction. The second section is from Knobska Road to Fay Road. It's a 12 foot wide proposed paved surface and the widening on the east side. So if you look at the picture on the bottom, and this is the same thing we did on the Cape Cod Rail Trail, if you look to the right, we'll widen, we'll take out 2 feet of fill on the right side of the trail. We'll take it down 12 inches and remove it. Then we'll come in with the reclamation machine. It will grind up the pavement and the subbase and spread all that across the 12 foot, new 12 foot base. And then we'll come in with a 4 foot pavement. So the top of the trail will be the same as it is today. There will be no, and minimal spots graded.
4-inch pavement.
4 inches of pavement and 8 inches of gravel subbase?
5 inches.
5 inches of gravel subbase.
Thank you.
The second section is from Fray Road to Surf Drive. Again, this will be a 12 foot wide section, but because of the topography, we'll be doing the widening of 1 foot on both sides. Again, we'll take out 1 foot, bring the reclamation machine in, reclaim it, use that as the base, and come back again with the 4 feet of pavement. Geez, 4 inches of pavement.
I'd like to, 4 feet is good.
Yeah.
There's a sewer pipe under there.
Yeah, we'll take 4 feet.
Okay, Surf Drive, I'm sorry, we are proposing to put in a rectangular rapid flashing beacon because of the poor sight distance and the heavy volume of users at this location. And this is a picture of a couple of them up there. It basically looks like a police, on top of a police car, the flashing light, except they're yellow. So a person would push the button, it would flash. Once the car stopped, you'd be able to go across. But once the bicycle people went through, the cars can go because it's more like a yield situation than a stop situation. The last section is Surf Drive to Locust Street. And again, we walked this whole project with the Conservation Commission. They felt that there was too much of an environmental impact. The wetlands are too close along this section, so we are leaving this section of the trail 10 feet wide and just resurfacing. Probably the biggest issue along this trail is the cracking, and that's because of the locust trees, roots along the entire corridor. We flagged 232 trees that need to be removed. On the Cape Cod Rail Trail, we removed actually over 1,000. And so that's the reason why the trail cracks. If we take these out and repair the trail, it should be fine. Again, with the long-term maintenance plan, that the town can go back year after year and take out the seedlings for the locust trees. And the design schedule, we'll file a notice of intent with the Falmouth Concom in April, after we get any comments from tonight's meeting. In spring, the design team will incorporate the permit comments and finalize the design. And then late spring of this year, the design team will submit the final construction documents for bid to the town. And that's it. Any questions?
How long of a stretch is that where it's only going to stay 10 feet?
I'm not sure the length itself.
It's from Elm Road, from
Yeah,
Elm to Locust, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Locust is about,
I can get it from that.
It's about 3.2,
Mhm.
and Elm is about 2.2, so it's about a mile.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not very good with this button, it seems.
Peter?
I think we'll just look to see if we can get a vote on this tonight so we can progress to the 100% design.
Okay.
Yeah, we're asking for the board's affirmation to continue this work and take the next step.
I have a question on the money.
Yeah.
So how are we funding the study, and where in the capital plan is the million whatever?
Well, the study itself's been funded internally through Public Works. Peter can comment further on that, Peter McConerty, if it's helpful. But this study is fully funded. It is the necessary next step. The board may recall, it was a while back, the town had a designation in an environmental bond bill that originated under Senator Terry Murray. We had made that request. I, and working with Brian Curry, Peter McConerty, and Ray Jack, had made that overture to the senator's office, and we did get that designation. But we have to complete this design before we can go back to the state and ask to capture those dollars. They're not guaranteed, but this is the critical next step. And each year we go in and ask the Senate to adjust the amount, the construction amount accordingly, because we've been working on it multiple years. So that would ultimately be the source of funding, but conceivably it could be supplemented with some Chapter 90 money, depending upon what might be available. But our intent is to have as much as possible, if not all, funded through this environmental bond process, which we put in motion many years ago.
I have a question.
Doug?
So the upgrade of the bike path is the widening, and we're seeking this money from the environmental bond bill. Is the fact that a mile of our trail is only going to stay 10 feet, does that hurt us at all with the funding? Because we're not actually widening the whole thing.
Correct. We did not guarantee that it would be widened to 12 feet for the entire length. We just indicated that we wanted to proceed with a design to explore all the areas where we could conceivably widen to the 12-foot standard width, as was indicated in the presentation, recognizing that certain areas that are closer to water, we likely would not be able to, and we would just be overlaying and improving, and also dealing with that, the invasive root issue that we indicated. So it is as significant of an improvement and enhancement as we could possibly do under the permitting.
And if I recall, because I was on the walk whenever that was, that we did in the fall, that section that can't be widened still needed significant work to it.
Correct.
So a lot of work would still be done to that section between Elm and Locust, even though, I mean, the wetland really is right up almost to the side of it, so it certainly can't be widened. But if I recall, there were a lot of cracks and other, so there would still be a significant improvement, I believe, for that section as
Right,
well.
there's a lot
that's
of group of
proposed.
locusts on that section.
Right.
Yeah.
And so just to clarify, this vote is allowing the process to reach the point where we could then go out and ask for the money
Correct, to
from the
move to
bond.
final design
Right.
essentially, so that you would have the documentation in hand to take that next step to bid once we'd secured the funds.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Patty?
staying so long.
There's another question on this. You asked about the sources of funding. As I understand it right, I've participated in some of the preliminary reviews of the design, and this funding and the design level required for design of this section, this renovation section, isn't so difficult or as rigid as when you get the funding for a bike path through mass highways, because the 6 mile extension that we built came through mass highways and the contract was drawn up that way, and Peter can correct me, but our renovations is going through the DNR, Department of Recreation and Conservation. DCR, oh. Okay, DCR, which makes it a less rigid construction design, and that's pretty important. As I understand, that's quite an important positive thing for us to do, because we can have more input and signage and things like that. We can do them more like, more natural. I don't know what to say. We're not building something like a highway.
Sounds like a good thing.
Yes, it's a good thing.
Thank you.
Okay?
Great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Our next agenda item is a discussion of special town meeting Article 3 Farley Bog.
I know.
She's looking for a handout.
Yeah, I'm always out.
This is just some background information.
Thanks, Dan.
Great.
Thank you.
Good, how you doing?
On staff.
Terrific. Thank you.
You probably have
Thanks, Dan.
3 of these already.
No problem.
All right, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm Dan Murphy of Precinct 7. I'm the past president of the Falmouth Rod and Gun Club and current board member of both the Rod and Gun Club and the Sporting Safety Conservation Education Fund of Falmouth. It's a mouthful. We call it SEF, an IRS-approved charitable nonprofit organization. SEF is the charitable foundation of the Falmouth Rod and Gun Club. With me tonight is Ken Bates, club member and fishing committee chair, and Mike Perkins, who's, I think, still awake over there, yeah, who is club member and fundraising chair. Our objective tonight is to provide the board with sufficient information so it may make a positive recommendation on Article 3 of the special town meeting warrant. The first page in the packet that I gave you is a background sheet on both organizations, so I won't go, waste the board's time on telling you about that. The second page is an update on the actions we've taken since we were last here, which I think was about a year ago. The last page is a brief summary of our proposed project. Tonight, we want to briefly review the proposal we presented to you a year ago to rehabilitate and restore 2 key environmental assets in the town of Falmouth and Mashpee. The first part of our proposal is to create a cold water fishery to foster the return of native fish to the upper Charles River. And the second, we are proposing a restoration of the Farley Bog to wetlands. All right, let me see if I can get the correction now. Is there also a...
There is a pointer.
Oh, all right, great. I don't have to use the huge one in my pocket. This is an aerial view of the Farley Bog, which is right here, Gardner Bog, and the Falmouth Rod and Gun Club property right here. Our clubhouse is right here.
to orient you, no surprise, not a lot of people know where the Farley Bog is. Primarily because it's surrounded completely by Rod and Gun Club property, which is in conservation and open to the public. So this is Route 28. Mashpee Commons is up here. This is Route 28 coming down here. LaPointe Village and Carrot Shop Road right here. The Rod and Gun Club is located just north of Carrot Shop Road. Across the Charles River, about a half-mile in, is a bog that's accessible by a little dirt road, which is owned and maintained by the Rod and Gun Club. The town of Falmouth owns the southern 12.5 acre portion of the Farley Bog. The balance of the 2 acres is owned by the town of Mashpee. The road continues north to the Gardner Bogs and is owned by the town of Mashpee, all the way to Old Barnstable Road. The Charles River flows south down through these bogs, under Carrot Shop Road, under Barrows Road, and eventually on Route 28 and out to Vineyard Sound. It's a pretty good sized river. Herring, brook trout, and other fish used to traverse the Charles River to spawn in John's Pond, which is just up in this area right here. This is Route 151. Not so much today. The river is too warm and too shallow. There are several areas besides the bogs. There's also ponds on either side of the road here, Carrot Shop Road, when you go down the hill, that do nothing but warm that water up. So it really doesn't support fish well. All right, this is a map of the Farley Bog with the Rod and Gun Club property marked off here. You can see that we own, Rod and Gun Club owns all the property. We also own property over here as well in Mashpee. A total of 186 acres that we have, all in conservation, by the way. The Rod and Gun Club owns, as I said, all the property around the bog. One of the main reasons is the Farley Bog's completely surrounded. That's why people just don't get to it. And it's up a dirt road, so you've got to walk a half mile in. The parcels shown in white, of course, are Falmouth. The parcels in gray are Mashpee. There is the Mashpee Water District over here owns a piece of property that we actually sold to them because they needed it to surround their well over there. Previously, the Farley and Gardner Bogs were farmed for cranberries. A few years ago, the last cranberry farmer notified the boards of selectmen of Falmouth and Mashpee that he was abandoning his leases on the property, on the bogs. He stated that cranberry farming on these bogs is not economical for him. The board of selectmen have turned over, of both towns, turned over the property to the conservation commissions for administration. This is the Farley Bog here. And this little piece up at the top is owned by Mashpee. All the rest down below is owned by Falmouth. And this is the road. We're not sure, I think there's a number of different names for this road, isn't there? Brown's Road.
It's Turner Road.
Turner Road.
It's changed to Brown, but on Mashpee it's Turner Road.
A whole bunch of different names, it seems, for this road, so nobody seems to know what this dirt road is. This property over here is, as I said, all around. It's Falmouth Rod and Gun Club. These are some of our fields that we maintain for wildlife and so forth. So we plant everything out there from clover to beets. Right now, the river runs right through what we call the middle before it settles down and comes down this way. That keeps the water really, really warm because it's got sun all day long on it. So our proposal is to realign that portion of the upper Charles to create a cold water fishery. We'd also like to move forward with the reservation of the Farley Bog back to natural wetlands habitat for waterfowl and other birds and mammals. Not to scale. Don't hold me to scale on this. This is the Farley Bog and what we intend on doing with it. We intend on moving the river over to the west side rather than down through the middle here. This embankment up here, this is a pretty steep embankment. I don't know if any of you have been out to that area, but it's a very steep embankment, and it's well wooded. And that will help to block the sun from in the afternoon from on the water. Now this isn't exactly how the river would look. It's got to meander and it's got to pick up some areas where fish can spawn and so forth. And that would be all part of the engineering. On the other side, we put a riparian corridor down here and plant it with blueberry bushes, typical native species, which would help to block the sun from the east side. Now we're going to be able to cool this river down and be able to allow fish to get up there and spawn. In addition, this little area here was a little holding pond up there that was put there years ago. We'll expand that into a pond for fish or waterfowl or whatever. Plus we would open one up down here in the bottom as well. And this property in between, we plant, again, native species for, rabbits, quail, pheasant. Starting to see more and more rabbits coming back too, so that's a good thing. And we have license to propagate our area with quail, which we've been doing for about 5 years now. So what we propose doing is there's a road that goes all the way around here that you probably saw in the last slide. We would eliminate that road, plant it with trees, yet we would have a path, a hiking path, all the way around. So we'd eliminate that road. We would, on both ends, we would put a bridge for the hikers to get across, but there's a serious problem right now with dirt bikes and four-wheelers out there, and they're just beating up this whole area very, very bad. So, the benefits of the restoration proposal: to create a new nesting area for waterfowl and songbirds, provide welcoming habitat for wildlife, create navigable cold water fishery for migration and propagation of herring and trout, reestablish natural water filtering wetland areas, enhance nature viewing for hikers, provide ecology and wildlife habitat field trip opportunities for schools and scouts. I usually get a call every year from Falmouth Academy. One of the teachers wants to take her folks out there, her kids out there to walk our area and so forth. And they're always welcome to go out there anytime, but she calls me up anyway. And an important point is to shift log administration from the town to private conservation groups. This is an interesting one. This slide shows Maggie Payne. She's a resource soil scientist with the USDA. It's one of her colleagues, and they're dragging a ground-penetrating radar sled with a GPS attached. The white thing here is a GPS across a bog. This technology allowed us to create a subsurface topographical map of the Farley Bog. And this is that map. So you can see these lines going across. That's where the sled was dragged. And the sled was set to find a hard sand bottom at 14 feet. You've got to have a hard sand bottom to be able to build a berm. So what we found was good solid area along the side that we wanted to, just lucky, that we want to move the river to. But as you go out across, you can see how every one of these lines is 2 feet. You can see how all of a sudden, boom, it disappears down to 15 or 20 feet. That's all peat. And our understanding is that this was originally an ancient glacial pond. The reason we felt this was very important is down Cape, they did a project where they built a berm. And the story is that they built this berm, went to lunch, and came back and it was gone. It sank into the peat, which in turn caused other problems because all the water came up and it actually flooded the bottom. So it's very important to have something like that done. It certainly supports our process of where we want to put the river. Let me see if he, oh good, he did put it in there. A key consideration of this proposal is control of and responsibility of the Farley Bog process. This project will require substantial financial investment as well as significant hours of volunteer labor by the Rod and Gun Club and SEF members. On February 22nd, the Conservation Commission Board voted to declare the 12.5 Farley parcel surplus to its needs and make it available for transfer subject to certain conditions. We respectfully request that the Falmouth Board of Selectmen affirm these recommendations and make a positive recommendation on Article 3 of the special town meeting warrant. The club's very interested in acquiring this property for the conservation project. The Rod and Gun Club would agree to the conditions imposed by the conservation recommendations, including putting a conservation restriction on the entire property. As indicated earlier, the club has done this with all of the abutting acreage surrounding the Farley Bog. We've requested the Conservation Commission, the Concon Board, that the conservation restriction be held by them. This would ensure that the Farley Bog would be preserved in perpetuity in a natural state. We have discussed this with State Rep Dave Vieira. He's preparing legislation to facilitate the transfer of this Article 97 land, which requires 2/3 vote of the Massachusetts General Court. Thank you for consideration of our proposal. We sincerely hope the board will vote to make a positive recommendation on Article 3. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
That looks pretty good to me.
I do have a question. I know that originally you said there were a number of steps that you had to get through in order to get to a point where you could really begin to build out this project. Have you gotten to that point? Is this the last step of just getting an affirmative vote from us in town meeting?
Next to the last step. The last step is to get, well, there's 2 more steps. Approval of town meeting to transfer the property, negotiate a price and the conditions, the Concon conditions, and then the state has to approve. So there's probably a year left in the process, and we've been working on this for 2.5 years.
Madam Chair, I should, if I may, also just to supplement. I know Town Council's been working on this as well, and my understanding is there is an additional step that this board would need to take, and that is minimally you need to schedule a change in use public hearing, which takes, is a multiple week process and a public comment process that you have to undertake. You could postpone that step, although normally you don't. You can postpone that step and go to town meeting and come back and do that step afterward. It isn't the normal process you follow, however. So that would remain here for the board to do. My understanding, I think, from town council is you may not need to move forward on the surplus determination, subject to double checking with town council, but that public use hearing you do have to hold. And normally you would do that in advance of going to town meeting rather than after town meeting. But I don't think you are obligated legally to follow that sequence.
And the time period for the public hearing is obviously, we would not have time before town meeting to do that now.
Correct, you do not. Yeah, this is the first time that a couple of members of the board have heard this presentation, as I think you're aware. So we thought it was pretty important that all the members of the board at least have the opportunity to hear this presentation initially, and then take the steps that you ordain you would like to take.
So the question you're saying before the board is to possibly recommend to move ahead of town meeting before the period for the comments and hearing.
But yes, before you would advertise a public hearing, take the comments, take them under advisement, and then act accordingly. Normally, you've done that in a couple of steps during past occasions. But I think it would be within the, again, subject to town council weighing in. I think the board would be within your authority if you chose to
reverse it.
Yeah, reverse it. And I think the challenge you have, if it comes up in town meeting, you have a 2/3 standard to hit. So the more things that are not completed before you go to town meeting can create some questions about processes that are yet to come. That's all I just suggest. Just raise that for the record so that you're not surprised by it.
On the other hand, they've gone through COMCOM. I know I've attended probably 4 of these presentations over the last 2 years, and we'd sort of be expediting the process, because if it gets a 2/3 vote at town meeting, if it does, then the possibility of any kind of problem with the public comment hearing step thereafter would probably be minimized. Possibility.
It could be, certainly, absolutely.
Thoughts from the board? Megan?
I was just going to say that I appreciate, and I certainly would want to have really clear guidance from town council. I appreciate that it's not the normal course of the way that it's done. I also appreciate that I think this has been out there for quite some time, and I understand that again, it's a fairly high hurdle at town meeting, so there is some consolation in if they're able to meet that hurdle, that I think it speaks somewhat to kind of a public view as a whole. So I would be willing to do the process somewhat backwards, acknowledging and being clear at town meeting that I think would be really important for town meeting to hear from us and recognize that the process is being, and why it's being done sort of in a reverse manner. And I feel if that explanation is clear to them and they still vote it, that says something.
Well, if it's been going on now, we've been working on it for 2 years, we probably should have had a hearing by now, but they're the only abutter. They surround the whole thing. The farmer's already walked away. I don't see any harm with bringing it to town meeting.
Can I just clarify, if I may? The reason you've not had a hearing is Conservation Commission had to act first.
Right. I see.
And they just acted within the last few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
So the selectmen would take the next step.
Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laura Moynihan, I represent the Falmouth Rod and Gun Club, and I'm here assisting Dan tonight. But just a point that Ms. Braga raised and to touch on further, I mean, certainly the Rod and Gun Club, I think, would want to know that they have the support of town meeting for this project before going through what can be a lot of steps procedurally, including the public hearing, to move this project to the point where you have a negotiated conservation restriction, a purchase and sale agreement. There's a tremendous amount of work that will go into that, including that public hearing being the first part of the process. So certainly any vote at town meeting can be subject to, meeting all of the legal requirements. The town meeting would be voting authorization for this board to transfer it, not requiring it. So it's just an authorization. And that Section 207 hearing under the code could be included as one of the criteria or conditions.
Good point.
I think that's a good point. And again, noting that it isn't authorizing, it isn't finalizing a sale. It's simply authorizing the negotiation, which we would certainly take public comment to help in our negotiation of
To
that.
proceed,
And
absolutely.
to proceed.
Beth's?
Betsy Gladfelder, Conservation. I've also heard this probably more than 4 times. But I just want to point out, and I don't believe you pointed this out, one of the advantages of having the Rod and Gun Club do this restoration, and, you know, if this is what we're trying to do in town, is to restore some of our natural habitats, is that they can qualify for funding that we couldn't qualify as the town. I mean, even if we worked with the Rod and Gun Club, we couldn't qualify for this funding because I'm in my municipal hat right now.
Sure.
So, I mean, I think they have a good idea, and I hope you agree that you'd like it to move forward.
Very helpful.
Probably walk the property 3 times.
Very helpful. Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, could I just
Sure.
interject? If you're prepared to make a motion, what I would need to do, what I'd like to do in advance is get information from town council so that you make the appropriate motion, and you can
Can we do that?
undertake that on April 3rd. So I
Then-
would like to work with
yeah.
town council to bring a motion to you with the proper conditions so that you don't miss any steps
That makes all the sense in the world.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
at your next regular meeting,
Jeff,
before
you-
town meeting, of course.
Just right before town.
Great, then we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Julian.
Whoops. Next, we have an update on town meeting, Article 10, recreational marijuana opt-out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peter. Town Council Frank Duffy is with us here this evening, as you know. And one of the items on the upcoming town meeting is a request from this board for town meeting to consider affirming your determination to place an opt-out for recreational marijuana on the May municipal election ballot. This is a draft received from Town Council Duffy of that ballot question, and we wanted to present that to the board for your information. There are a couple loose ends that will be closed and concluded between now and when you as members of the board would be placing this on the municipal election ballot. That would be tentatively at your upcoming meeting on Monday, April 10th. This may not be the only issue, obviously, as we understand you'll be placing, but this is one that you had not seen heretofore. And I don't know if Town Council Duffy, if Frank, you might want to make a few comments on that?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Frank Duffy, Town Council. When the Board of Selectmen decided some time ago to put this question to the voters, I prepared an article for the town meeting, I believe it's Article 10, which would enable you to have a discussion on town meeting floor about the pros and cons of this ballot question. Now, under the provisions of the marijuana, or the Recreational Marijuana Act, which passed on the ballot last November, there is a provision in there which allows a town to basically opt out of the recreational marijuana distribution system. But the catch is that the bylaw must be adopted by the voters of the town and is not adopted by the town meeting. Typically, a bylaw is adopted by town meeting. This particular bylaw has to be adopted by the voters, so the town meeting will be more or less an advisory vote telling you how people feel about it, and you can make your determination on the 10th of April how you want to go forward. Now, I prepared a draft ballot question a couple of weeks ago, and I submitted it to Mr. Suso. I suppose he sent it to you, but in the last Friday we received a memorandum from the State Senate Legal Counsel through State Senator Vinnie DiMacedo. So I, this morning, refined the ballot question that I had initially prepared and put a couple of new wrinkles into it. One of which is that it specifically says that it will not affect the medical marijuana distribution within town. That's a totally separate statutory scheme. And this ballot question, which will go on the ballot, or at your discretion will go on the ballot in May, will be a general bylaw prohibiting the various types of marijuana or business establishments in the town. Now, the bylaw, by the way, as approved by the voters, because it's a municipal bylaw of a town, still has to go to the Attorney General for approval. And assuming that we're following the recommendations of the Senate Council, we should be okay there.
And Senator DiMacedo has been on top of this for the last couple of years, starting with going out to Colorado, which I understand is now having a process where the commercial operations are trying to merge the legislation so that you could co-locate medical and recreation, because the business aspects, business promoters are getting concerned about various regulations. So we appreciate the up-to-the-minute edits.
Yes.
And this is the cutting-edge language that I know everyone on the Cape has been concerned to get it just right. So we appreciate you taking all that time.
And I think at the town meeting, this particular slide, or one which we'll prepare if there's any revisions, will be projected on the screen for everybody in the room to see, so they'll know exactly what they're discussing when they debate it.
Great.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Next, we have interview, vote, and appoint committee members for the Water Quality Management Committee. We have two applicants, I understand. Is Mr. Duncan, great. Mr. Patema, since you're on the end, do you want to come up first?
We were almost debating flipping a coin or asking if you could appoint us both. I'll try to keep it quick. The hour is late. I sent a brief synopsis. It's difficult giving 35 years of your life in 8 bullets and a quick paragraph, but I think it covers everything. I think I'm more than qualified. I think the town currently has 3 PhDs on the committee. They also have a water quality agriculture specialist and 2 citizen activists. They don't have environmental engineer, civil sanitary engineer, and they don't have anybody with extensive municipal experience in trying to balance the type of laws that can be very frustrating. I think this is just a fact. I don't know how it would go over, but if you look at the membership of the committee now, there's 4 or 5 of them from Precinct 1, and there's 1 from Precinct 5, and there's no one from the rest of the part of town. And although that's not a significant thing, it's interesting. I still get stopped by a lot of people that ask me a lot of questions about what's happening in Bourne's Pond. So I think, where you sit sometimes is relative to where you get a lot of information. Regardless of who you appoint tonight, I think one of the things you have to keep in mind is, how can the AFC money used? I saw a statement saying that some people think it can be used all over town. It has specific purposes, and you should get clarification from the Air Force and Mr. Duffy as to what watershed the AFC money mitigation can be used for. The other thing, I think this is going to drive you people more batty than the committee, is drafting a septic tank bylaw. Is the homeowner going to own the septic tank? I hope so. Is the town going to maintain it? Probably, to a certain extent. And probably far more important, who's going to be liable? The state requires the issuance of the permit to the homeowner. So are they going to want to be liable? Now, that's completely different. You could say he's going off tangent, but this is one of the things, my experience with permitting at EPA and municipal wranglings, I hate to use that word, it's very policy specific. And I think that's where this board should be going. I hope to try to get it to look that way. I hope that maybe you'd bring something back to the collaborative and say, why can't the collaborative come up with a model septic management bylaw on who's responsible and so on and so forth. The watershed permitting thing that the state was looking for is sort of stalled right now. I'm probably talking about things that aren't important. I think, I don't know the other candidate, but I'm sure he's fairly well qualified. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I brought a little bit more to the table. Do you have any questions?
Doug?
I'm familiar with Mr. Thomas, and what particular aspect of the implementation of the alternative septics do you feel like would be, do you feel like you would be geared toward that or more toward the sewer?
I would be geared towards what's cost effective without anybody salting the answers. We do need alternatives. We can't sewer all the town. We'd probably be lucky if we sewer, I shouldn't say lucky, sewer too much more. Alternatives have a future. But the question's going to come down to, can they meet the performance standard? Not do we hope they meet the performance standard. Can they meet it? And how are we going to regulate it in the cost of monitoring? I've had some estimates that say cost of monitoring for an on-site system could be easily $1,000 to $2,000 a year, because they're going to be monitored monthly. They have to be inspected. The current cost of the treatment plant right now, serving 700 people, have a monitoring cost of about $1,500. Now, the big swing is going to be the capital cost, but there's going to be an emotional issue of, I'm paying for your septic tank, but I'm not paying for Sam's septic tank, and he's outside the watershed. So I think that's the key. We are going to come up with alternatives. Georgia's system is very passive, and I hope it works, but it's a social engineering issue on alternatives. They've been around since 1970, if I remember correctly.
Anyone else?
No.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jerry.
We know everything you've done.
Mr. Duncan?
Good evening, I'm Tom Duncan. I live on Beechwood Road in Precinct 1, and it's really late. I'll be really quick and then see if I can answer questions you might have. First of all, if I'd had any idea Jerry was the other candidate, I probably would have said, I'm out of here. But anyway, fantastic viewpoints. He's been on top of this stuff for years. In my case, it's a matter of timing and opportunity. I came to Falmouth 45 years ago to start a program in Woods Hole, and yes, there would be another PhD on the committee. A very practical PhD, I might add. I've from the very first week I was here, I've been in and out of waters all over Falmouth. I actually did my doctoral dissertation on groundwater discharge areas all over the Cape, and deja vu, one of them was in Childs River. Heard that again tonight. After that, I've worked in Alaska, nutrient enrichment in streams there, and more recently, the impact of the low oxygen content in West Falmouth Harbor on the benthic invertebrates. There, it's a matter of timing and opportunity. For 34 years, I've been splitting my weeks between campus at Dudley, Mass. At Nichols College, 3 or 4 days each week, either here or there, and very limited in how I could get involved. I'm retiring in May, so I have a substantial amount of time to devote to this. Philosophically, I see us moving into a situation where all the different components that are being brought together have to be monitored. And I'm a data person. I'm good at building consensus, but it's a consensus that's built on numbers. I don't have a technical background in water treatment. I do have a very good feeling for water flow and impact on local organisms, whether they're plants or animals or whatever the case might be. And I'll stop there and ask for questions.
I have a question. The Water Quality Coalition of which I'm a member, is kind of morphing into a 208 review committee. That's under discussion at the Assembly of Delegates as we speak. And one of the key issues is data review. We've spent about a year with various experimental projects collecting data, and now the force of effort is in making sure all of the data is apples to apples. It can be read by anyone, universally useful, because that's the key to the 208 plan in terms of taking what could have been an extraordinarily expensive project for the entire Cape and really containing those costs. So in terms of Falmouth's access to that data, how do you see your experience benefiting Falmouth?
Well, first of all, despite efforts, there's always, I hate to use this term, alternative truths. And you try to have a rigorous sampling program, you try to have rigorous protocols, you try to have everybody be on board as to how it's going to be done, and there's glitches. So there's always this cloud around the data, and the best I can offer you there is find people that know how it was taken, document it, and document how it was taken, how it was processed, and of course, do the best you can. It's a beautiful goal, but I don't see a situation where you'd ever have a really large data set collected by different people over different time periods be completely equivalent. But certainly, you know, someone can sit down and first of all say those numbers don't make any sense. I think we've all been in that situation.
Actually, I can't do that.
Oh.
The numbers all go over my head, but
Okay.
at least you'd be able to do that.
Well, I hope so. Yes, I'd like to help.
Sam?
Yes.
Sam.
Along that same line, I mean, it seems like we're moving into this age of the Internet of Things.
Yes.
Where we have just literally sampling being done of everything in our house and your ability to access it. Does your experience actually include the possibility of having essentially remote sensors feeding back data on a periodic basis, using whatever
certainly
communication mode, cell phone technology?
Yeah, you could do drive-by data collection, for instance, download it to a smartphone or something cheaper than that. But I think that's, and again, I'm not exactly sure how you're going to do it, but these new systems, these alternative systems, innovative systems, are going to have to be monitored. They can't be monitored by the people that installed them because it's a built-in reason for them to find out that they're failing, right? Because then they get to go in and repair it. And I think that's going to be a big problem going forward, is figuring out, you know, the monitoring regime, how you're going to collect the data, and ultimately how the data is going to be massaged. But it's important that it all be stored and then sorted later for quality.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
I guess I'll just ask, do you have any experience with working with volunteer boards?
Yes. Wow. I was a founding member of the Wacoit Bay chapter of Ducks Unlimited. Did that work for years, served on that board for years. I was a founding charter member of what came to be called the NBL Boating Club. The NBL has 70 boating clubs. I'm still involved with running that since 1978, so that's, 39 years. Okay. And I've been very active in the community association in Sipawissa for, 19 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I meant to ask this of both candidates, but have either of you been able to attend any of the committee meetings sometimes people get a chance to go and...
Yes, I did get a chance to go to one a couple of weeks ago. My schedule has precluded being here on Thursdays for that meeting, but I was here that Thursday, and I went, and I've gone back and looked at some of the minutes from the past year.
Sorry, I don't mean to make
Do you want to ask Jerry?
I did. Yeah, I did. I forgot to.
I've attended too many meetings. wrong choice of word. I've attended ubiquitous number of meetings. Since I retired, I just wanted to pull back and relax and not necessarily show up. And I have trouble sometimes keeping my mouth shut one. But I've watched on TV a little bit. I've read the minutes and the thing on the AFSI thing. I saw that in the newspaper. And I says, whoops.
Great, thank you. I just like to always ask. Thank you.
So there's 2 candidates for one position that'll be until June 30, 2019.
Well, I was on the original wastewater plan review committee, and after serving that first term, I felt like my useful time had come and gone because, it was great to have somebody, a layman as myself, engaging the community and explaining, what we were working on. But I was starting to see the limits of my ability where I didn't have this analytical, scientific mind, which I think is required for this type of position. It's not really as much about public outreach now as it is breaking down scientific ideas.
And data.
And data. And so that's why I chose not to go back for the second term. So I don't think you can have too many PhDs in that particular job. That's just my feeling.
And so do you have a motion?
I'm inclined to put another PhD on there. Sorry, Jerry, but that's my thinking.
So you're saying Mr. Duncan?
That's my first thought, yes.
So that's your motion?
Well, unless anybody else wants to have...
I'll second his motion.
Any discussion?
Yes, I guess I would, I think it's a hard balancing act because there's you're looking at 2 really different and probably both equally critical skill sets. So when it comes down to that, I usually like to look into roping in somebody new because Jerry is doing zoning board. I know he's just an alternate, but I feel like that may not always be the case. And I know that he is active in attending a lot of other meetings. So I know that Mr. Duncan, through no fault of his own, hasn't had time to do these types of things. So I think it's kind of nice to expand the circle of people that are weighing in. And I know that Jerry will continue to weigh in because I wouldn't say it the way he does. It's not about keeping his mouth shut. He has a lot of experience and he shares that. So I guess mine is less about sort of the data piece of it, but more about somebody new coming into the fold. So I guess
Which
if I
is
had
what
to...
Doug was saying, I guess.
Yeah. So I guess that would be my position.
Okay, all in favor of Mr. Duncan?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank
Thank you
you,
both.
Jerry.
Congratulations.
Thank you, yeah, thank you, Jerry.
Thanks
very
for
much.
all you do for us all the time.
Next item on the agenda is to discuss and vote on the proposed Community Development Department alternative organization. And as we get started, I just want to make a quick note about Chairman Doug Jones. Had an opportunity to speak with the Planning Board Chair, Jim Fox, with respect to some concerns that were raised in a letter that the Planning Board had circulated with respect to, kind of needing some time after the coordinated meeting that we had with the Selectmen, ZBA, Planning, and whom I forget?
Conservation.
Conservation, thank you. So I just wanted to make note of that on Doug's behalf. And Mr. Suso, presentation next?
Yes, yes.
That would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board.
Maybe we should mention that Betsy Gladfelder provided some input to us also today that came via email.
Right.
So we've had input from a couple of people, and Betsy being a member of the Conservation Commission.
Right.
Yeah, which we very much appreciate, and that was, on behalf of the board, I had, of course, provided copies of the Collins Center report to all affected department heads as well as the chairs of these boards, so certainly appreciate the input that we have received. Selectmen will recall you'd asked me to return at this meeting and make a recommended alternative organization. Among those those alternative generally provided by the Collins Center. And that's what this report will do. And on the next, let's talk a little bit about why change organizational structure. To improve coordination, communication, and effectiveness of the departments involved in land use planning, regulation, and permitting, as recommended by this same Collins Center report. To improve the ability of the town manager to focus on strategic priorities of the Board of Selectmen by reducing direct reports to the town manager from the current number of 18 to reduce that number to 12, with proposal coming to you in a moment. Consistent with the department structure already created for the Department of Public Works, Marine and Environmental Services, Finance, another model, and of course, more recently, Community Services, which this board has approved. And again, to underscore, there would be absolutely no change to the roles of the existing department heads, the existing boards or commissions. Those would be unaffected. This is the simplified version of the proposal that I'm bringing to the board today for your consideration. It does involve, of course, the Community Development Director position, which, as you'll recall from the Collins Center report, they affirmed that strategic to the success and implementation of any and all best practices recommended for this organizational structure is the creation of the position of Community Development Director. So that is the department head as ordained. And then you have the 7 reporting entities that would be direct reports to the Community Development Director that currently are direct reports to the town manager's position. As you're aware, there'd be a principal office assistant shared. So we're only talking about the creation of one new position, that is Community Development Director. And as the board is aware, that is contained in the proposed fiscal year 18 budget, which is going to town meeting. That position is funded. There was another position last November which was proposed, and town meeting agreed to delete that, an assistant wastewater superintendent position, in the spirit of moving this Community Development Director position to in the direction of cost neutrality in terms of the overall town budget. So this is the proposal. It is a little bit of a hybrid of one of the proposals made in the Collins Center report, and it is very straightforward, and I think most appropriately in order, given the circumstances that we have with the departments and the boards and commissions and the input that I've received to date. This is a little summary of the current staff organization. As was mentioned, these are the 18 remaining direct reports to the town manager that I oversee routinely on a daily basis. And the proposed organization would reduce that to 12 direct reports with the creation of the Community Development Director position, the funding of it, and the departmental organization that we just showed in the past graphic. You can see the reduced number of 6 direct reports from this organization. This last slide indicates a selected number of communities. There are certainly others in the Commonwealth. We've talked about this a little bit in the past when Selectmen first considered creating this community development organization, which we've been analyzing. And as you can see, Barnstable, Braintree, Chatham, Lexington, Plymouth, Weymouth, and Yarmouth all have a community development department. There's some variation in the divisions and functions within each department, varies a little from community to community. You can see that communities of various sizes, some smaller than Falmouth, some larger, but the commonality is they recognize and have within their structure a community development department, which is what we're currently proposing. And again, there are other municipalities in the Commonwealth, but this is a selected sample that are known to us, and the majority of them are from our immediate area. So I would seek Selectmen's thoughts on the proposed structure if you're comfortable going with that. And by the way, here are a couple of concluding bullet points on creating the new Community Development Director position, again, which is fundamental to the success of an altered organizational structure. Why create it? To create a supervisor who's focused on these functions and can work with existing department heads to improve communication systems and customer service, to provide additional professional resources so that more timely action can be taken on priorities such as economic development, coastal resilience, and facilitation of major projects, all critical areas that members of this board have identified in your strategic plan consistently over the years, and which we could use that additional hand and structural organization in moving forward effectively. And again, this is included in the FY18 budget, as the board is aware. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the structure of the several that were reviewed, I think this makes a lot of sense. There's something very logical about the departments that have been chosen to be within community development, so I think the structure will be efficient. But I think the bigger point is that that this is a very crucial position for Falmouth. We have a sustainability challenge going forward economically that needs a lot of attention. We have, folks that are struggling to, to have adequate housing. In this position, I think is going to sort of parallel what the Board of Selectmen has with the town manager. It's sort of going to parallel the planning, planning will have a very high focus and very direct intensity in terms of growth and getting their objectives moved forward. The community development person has got to take a long time view into the future with careful development of the town of Falmouth and looking ahead at maintaining what are the best parts of Falmouth, the historic elements, the charm, the friendliness, all of that stuff, but to address smart growth that the community is demanding, whether it's from the customer management point of view of builders and taxpayers, up to working with the Cape Cod Commission and getting grants and resources that will come into Falmouth so that we can grow to be the best community that serves the existing community and that draws business to town so that folks can get good paying jobs. So I think that this is a great first step that the Board of Selectmen has taken in terms of growing carefully into the future. Megan?
Just two quick points. The first is, if you're going to do a presentation at town meeting, I would just suggest including this graphic, because I think it's really helpful to see not just which towns have it, but how I found it helpful to see how they structure it.
I liked it too.
Yeah, it just gives people who aren't familiar with how this position has existed in many other communities. It gives them, I think, a little bit of information as to how other communities have structured it and where ours kind of falls in that scheme. So I thought that was helpful. The second point is just that what I think this position does is it gives a weight to these particular departments that fall under this community development director, a weight that maybe, they certainly have that importance in town already, but the reality is, in a town of this size, issues with fire, public safety, facilities maintenance, roads, all the things that under the new structure would be what would be reporting to the town manager, IT, finance, marine services, those are sometimes in crisis or near crisis, or we're reacting to a natural disaster, a storm, or whatever it might be. And I think what naturally happens, not just in this town, but in many communities, is that these other issues get slightly moved over to deal with the current really pressing public safety or whatever it might be. And that's the piece that I think is very frustrating to folks who are trying to build or develop here in town, is that the reality is with our staff that we have, the limited staff that we have, sometimes those matters don't get attended to as quickly as folks would like them to. And I think the Collins report actually really put their finger on that, put the finger on sort of the strengths and some of the challenges. So I think what this position does is it highlights and gives a weight to these particular departments in a way that does exactly what Sue is saying, which is raise that development piece to where it really needs to be, because that is what we're struggling with. We're struggling to really maintain the beauty of what we have, but build for the future so people will continue to come here and business will be done here. Builders, contractors, tradespeople will be able to stay in this community. They've always been the backbone of this community. If we're not friendly to that, they won't. So I think it really, it doesn't put a layer to kind of tamp everything down. I actually think it raises the profile, and that's what I'm hopeful for. And I think that's probably why all of these other communities, of which this is just a short list, have done something similar, because they warrant that kind of special focus, I think.
And I just have to piggyback on what you said in terms of it. The committee we have with coastal resiliency now is taking studies and actually implementing it. And I see a parallel here where all of the work that planning has been doing, we will have an opportunity to actually move these agenda items forward. So I think that it gives that kind of focus. Sam, you had a point?
Yeah, well, I quite agree with you. I think that's the beauty of this particular person. They have the visibility of all of the departments and their various functions and roles. And after all, we don't tell town staff what to do, right? It comes from our town managers. And having somebody in this position gives us a little closer link to the functions of all these departments. And Julian, I know, is, always answering the phone, answering emails. He's sort of the public face for the town. And his job, that's all consuming from what I can see. There's 3 years into the job trying to figure out who's doing what. But one thing I can tell you is Julian is really busy responding to people's inquiries all the time. And it makes it extremely difficult for him to be down a little bit closer to what's going on at the functional level of the town and providing the kind of accountability and constructive feedback to people to say, you probably shouldn't have handled that situation that way. Here's a better way to handle it. And I feel like we're lacking in terms of the depth of our management, supervisory management, if you will, on staff. And I think this will help. This person's going to be able to do the evaluations for those various department heads, who will then hopefully do the evaluations on their staff. And this is not to clean house. This is literally to provide support, constructive, thoughts and suggestions and expectations, so that everybody works together with an understanding that this is for the sake of the town and for this town organization. And I don't see that as happening very well. And I've worked in a lot of organizations, and I think this is going to help us do a better job of managing our staff and for the benefit, for the quality of service that we provide to our citizens. I do want to make a point, though. The comments we got through Jim Fox, I had personal conversation with Pat Kerfoot. We had input from Betsy Gladfelder on the Collins report itself. I think it's excellent criticism, but I want people to realize that's input to us. It's really up to us to take the information that they're giving and glean from it what we think is useful to us in making some of these organizational changes. And it's going to be different. We're not going to do it exactly the way the Collins report might suggest that we should be doing. It's going to be something that we work out ourselves. And, it's going to depend to some extent on the experience and qualifications of who we hire into this position. But we're going to have to make this organization work more effectively. And I think this gives us that extra person to help coordinate. The other thing I want to mention is that, I've promulgated getting us together with these planning boards and regulatory boards because I felt like we were acting over here, the local comprehensive plan that the planning board spent years developing. And yet, we've never really taken it very seriously when we've looked at our strategic plan. And it seems to me this is the person that's actually going to kind of say, hey, look, guys, we need to homogenize these plans, and we need to get everybody with the same vision of where we want to be going, And this individual and that community development director, and certainly along with the town manager and the assistant town manager, I think is going to be a focal person for helping us do that, essentially homogenizing all of the plans and visions of where we should be going. And the last thing I want to say is, missing from this, I think, is a liaison position to the EDIC, because it has to do with the economic development piece, and that's incentivizing the development of business growth. And that means probably some new business as well. We need somebody that brings that piece, that basically stays in touch with the techniques that other towns are using to recruit businesses to their town, because I don't think we can expect them to just show up here and say, hey, where's your application? Give me a list of the properties I might be able to rent or use. It's going to take us going out and recruiting business and say, hey, look at all these characteristics that we offer as Falmouth.
And certainly the EDIC is very aware of that and has the selectmen liaison. So that, I think your point will be worked out in the practical application, absolutely.
All I'm saying is a team effort.
Right.
But I think this person is the person to be sort of that point of contact, to be working hand in glove with the EDIC and making these kinds of things happen. I'm not trying to be critical, but I've been very honest with my opinions of the EDIC and some of the recent projects, but be that as it may, I think that's an area of economic development that this person needs to include as part of their overall scope in looking out for the interests of the town and serving the town's needs. I just want to say, through the annual, the MMA, Massachusetts Municipal Association's annual meeting, I got the contact of the EDSAD, that's the acronym. Anyway, it's work of the Boston University. Northwestern University, the Dukakis Center. In it has a whole series of characteristics that towns should be trying to develop to attract businesses to this town. You look at that list, we hit 90% of all those. We are an attractive
a little far field. We have
No.
a full agenda still, and it's 11. So
but we need somebody to be the cheerleader, if you will.
Well,
And then making it a welcome place when it comes to actually getting through all that permitting process, to be able to make it inviting for businesses to come and settle.
Right, and I think this person will be sensitive to that. So I guess we need a motion to approve the department as outlined. Is that the best way to put it?
Yes. Yeah, which is basically this sketch.
well, if I could just make a comment on it as well. I think people are a little reluctant, nobody likes change, and people view this as a big change. I don't really view it as a big change. I view it as an enhancement. And I think that if you look at the breakdown of the page of the structure and look at how spread out our manager is, you would realize that this is a professional enhancement. It's only going to be an improvement. I don't know if people are really ready for it yet. Maybe we didn't make the best first impression last year because we didn't explain it this way. And I also don't want to just think of this as the Collins Center program. It's our program. They're just trying to highlight what's happening in our town by giving us a mirror to look at. So I think it's going to take time. Maybe it won't happen this year. I hope it does. But if not, it's still a good plan. And it's a professional structure.
Great. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I move that we approve this organization structure and the supporting documentation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we're going to discuss and adopt the 2017-18 Board of Selectmen Town Manager goals. Mr. Suso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had transmitted to the board a draft set of goals. They're here reduced to PowerPoint. Several of them
That would be great. May I make notes on here?
How
about-
You're not gonna be able to keep them.
I know.
Because that's my copy.
Madam Chair, do you want me to get you another
Yeah,
copy
you
of,
know,
we can make a copy of the index sheet?
That would be great.
Yeah.
Can I get, or in case you can't find one?
Yeah, the index for town meeting.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you, Sam.
I got it.
That's all right, I put asterisks next to the ones I thought.
Yep,
would
we'll be right
volunteer.
back with it.
Okay, great. Here. Whoops.
Thanks, Peter.
Great.
Oh, he's got his own.
Yeah, that's
Break
even.
for 1 minute to change DVD.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No
Hey,
problem.
I'll take that.
All right,
Stand
so
up.
can we
nothing else.
Stretch,
adjourn?
break, yep.
It's only 11 o'clock. You guys are too much hanging in here this long.
We're going to review town meeting articles and sort of allocate anyone who has a particular interest in leading comments at town meeting. So let's see, the first two, we can kind of go by. The first substantive one
This was 7.
was probably 7, accessory apartments. Does anyone have particular interest in commenting on that?
I sure do.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thought that Doug's might be wrong. And I'll weigh in if it's appropriate.
Okay,
I'll back him up.
Sounds good.
okay, then we have the business redevelopment. Is that going to be worth commenting on? Probably not. Okay,
It's just a
The loophole
clarification.
road.
Yeah, it's right.
exactly. Next, the recreational marijuana establishments. I think I can probably take that.
You can do that, okay.
I could probably do all the marijuana ones if anything comes up, and it's probably going to go pretty much together.
Yep.
Makes sense? Wetland protection,
Excuse me.
I would like to talk to that.
okay, Sam?
And I think you got some information from town council, and I had a discussion with town council about this article, and I think there are some aspects of it, as it's worded, that need to be brought up at town meeting. So
If you'd take
I'm happy
charge of that.
to do that.
Sorry,
Yep.
which one are you referring to?
We're talking about 13.
13, which is the petitioner's article to
Okay.
require a 2/3 town meeting vote.
Mhm.
Next would be the North Falmouth Library petition to Mass General Court. That might need a couple of points of clarification, some,
You want me to handle that?
Well, that's just going
I
to,
think you've been dealing with the tribe, right, for one thing, so.
that's going to be
that might-
delayed. so-
Is it going to be IP?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, so that's pretty.
it's really
Yeah,
not.
so just handle that, that'd be great. Coonamessett, I can speak to that, I've been on the original outreach board, if that comes up.
Well, and actually, that's been resolved too. That article's going to get IP. Now
Yeah, that one's,
a
Yep.
lease agreement.
with that license agreement,
That's
we're all
right,
set.
that's right,
So
actually.
that's pretty
So
straightforward.
that's
So that will,
resolved. Classification plan number 17.
I'd
Or
like to
16
speak
or
to that.
17?
16 is
16
really,
and
Just the-
17.
Yeah, okay.
well, 16 is the classification plan includes the community development director.
So we're going to have a presentation for that, right?
The,
Correct.
Right,
Okay.
And I don't mind speaking to that, and I'll be a
Okay.
little briefer than I was tonight.
Yeah, I don't mind
okay.
speaking on that either.
All
Um,
right. The next one, go ahead.
The Community Preservation Fund Administrator, I would be happy to speak to that.
Okay.
Having been liaison to that
That makes
committee,
sense.
and to really support why it's needed in the interest of us as taxpayers into that fund. So, be happy to do that.
Sounds good. Megan, do you want to take 26?
Hold on, let me just go to 20, let me skip to 26. Yes, yep, that's fine.
Sam, do you see anything between those two that needs attention?
No, as
Okay.
far as, no, I don't think,
Those are more
in fact, I
Jennifer.
think Jennifer's going to
Yep.
be handling most all
Yep.
of that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right,
Well,
okay.
financial articles, essentially.
The Shining Sea Bikeway petition, Megan, do you want
I'm
to?
happy to speak to that. Mhm.
Okay. There's all the CPC articles,
Yeah,
we
I don't think we
probably don't
generally
need
do.
to,
No, administrative expenses, probably 44 is one where I could come in if necessary. It's
Okay.
basically to allocate 5% of the CP fund to administration.
Right.
And is going to fund the CPC administrator
okay?
and supporting staff and potentially a consultant for a period of time. So I'd be happy to speak to that.
Okay, on the special, if there needs to be comment by the board, is there any?
Hold on, let me just skip ahead here.
Sure?
Those articles are not ones, I don't know, there's going to be people advocating for each one of those.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that those need,
So we'll leave those alone.
We'll all have a
Right.
chance
We'll
to
all-
speak on that.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
If
They already have their spokespeople really lined up.
if we don't want to get booed. If we want to be booed, I guess I should say.
All right.
Always.
Mr. Suso, do you think we were organized enough in
I
that
think we're
regard?
good. Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
We next have individual selectmen's reports.
You better not.
I'm not.
Okay.
I've been in town
Did I say that out
precinct
loud?
meetings, that's it.
I hope the enterprise is here.
Yeah.
Just-
Oh,
Thank you.
no, I just have one, this isn't even an announcement, just in general. I know we say it all the time, but for folks who have listened to any of this tonight, there's a lot of information on the town website. If you, on the senior center project, there'll be more. On the community development director, there'll be more. If you can't find it, just email anyone here, call town manager's office so that you can look at that in advance of town meeting. There's a lot of good information.
Bring it to the precinct meeting if you have
Yes.
questions.
Could I
You know,
just say,
Call us if you have questions.
rather than telling people to go to the website and look for things, it's a lot easier to just Google the subject matter and let the Google search find it on the website for you.
Yeah, that's good. I just know the Collins report is easy because it's in the straight line when you go to the, but you're right, sometimes it's just easier to Google it. But there's a lot on all of these topics, so.
Absolutely. Mr. Suso, town manager's report?
Just wanted to note that I was pleased to attend the meeting this past week of the Steamship Authority Board in Woods Hole, and they talked about the matter of, among a number of things, as always, they talked about the matter of freight service from the Vineyard to New Bedford, and options and staff recommendations on that. And that's going to be a matter of continuing dialogue and a review of alternatives, which I think is a positive and something that we had lobbied and worked with Betsy Gladfelder, our representative, to encourage. So no breakthroughs there, but they continue to work on that as an option, among the other things that they're heavily involved in. So I'm happy to report on that. Also happy, attended precinct meetings last week, as many members of the board did, and so attended 4 last week, and we have 5 this coming week. And of course, town meeting beginning on Monday, April 3rd, and Selectmen will be meeting that evening as well with a shortened version of your meeting. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
And
Thank
we
you
have a
very
time
much. Any
chosen?
announcements?
They send
Peter,
it
if he
out.
has
You're going
anything?
to talk to finance committee first.
That's right.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was,
Sorry, we were just.
Just asking about the time to start, and we have to confirm with finance first, right?
On Monday, we'll get it.
Yeah, we have to look and see how long the agenda is going to be before we can, yeah. And as you note, potentially jointly with the finance committee as well, so we'll be working that over the next couple of days.
Okay.
Yeah.
anything else, sir?
Peter, if he has anything,
He said no.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Green Harbor Waterfront Lodging is nestled in a woodland setting on a picturesque ocean inlet. Green Harbor offers a family waterfront vacation. Enjoy our private boating beach with dock, rowboats, and paddle boats, oversized heated outdoor pool, and kiddie pool. Relax in our waterfront and beachside accommodations. 548-4747 or gogreenharbor.com.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.